Yeah, I think it's starting now. Yep.
It's ARC's 50th web show. Spectacular.
Woohoo!
Spectacular. Word,
Yeah.
no words in the English language.
Yeah. So we finally hit that big 50 mark. Uh, so yeah, Unity, we're almost there. Like one full year of content.
Yay, so exciting. The audience will stop and cheer. Yay, and so excited we'll run for 50 years.
Yeah, and thought it'd be a nice reference because today is somebody's birthday today as well.
Oh,
Oh,
It's
shucks.
Operation's
I wonder
birthday.
who that is.
Happy birthday, Operation.
Oh, thank you.
He has the same birthday as Nathan Kress, so I thought that was pretty cool as well. Plays Freddy and iCarly.
Hmm.
So yeah, welcome back to another Reviews Corp podcast. Again, Big 50 going on right here. We're excited to talk about something good today on
Yes.
this particular episode as
Wow.
well.
I can't believe it's actually something good for once this
Yeah.
year.
If you want to reminisce, what was our episode 1 Unity?
Oh, Sex Education Season 4. That was
And how was that?
somehow it's not even like bottom half when it comes to the shit things we covered.
That's true.
It's like I don't know, man. It's like every time I see like Sex Education Season 4, I just remember people no one cares about it anymore, and just realize yeah, it just faded into extinction.
Yeah. But yeah, let's cut it a little bit more positive. But Unity, say hello to the people.
Hello guys, the penguin, yes.
The Penguin. And we're back here with the birthday guy, Operation Bagel. How's it going, man?
It's been going all right.
Yeah, so Operation and I talked about Penguin episodes 1 and 2. The last time we had it, I think about like what was it, like 4 or 5 weeks ago or something like that. Like basically when episode 2 dropped.
Episode 2 was out, yeah, at the time.
So I still didn't watch Agatha, so just gotta keep that
No,
consistent.
do you know how
Yeah.
tough it is to watch Agatha? I mean, I'm in episode 6 now, and I was like, nothing really happened, nothing meaningful even happened.
Yeah. I still find it funny how like Penguin drops it the day after Agatha episodes 1 and 2, and then it just like then it moves to Sunday. It was just like almost like it was out of spite or something. I just found that funny. That seems like a penguin. That seems like a penguin thing to do.
Yep, and the good thing
we'll
is,
get to that. We'll get to that.
it's actually like it's actually way better than Agatha. So thank fuck.
Oh yeah, I mean, so yeah, we as we said, like we talked about episodes 1 and 2, After Hours and The Inside Man episodes. Unity, since you weren't on that episode, why don't you tell us what did you think about episodes 1 and 2?
Oh, absolutely fantastic. I've barely any problems with that. It's like it's insane because the first thing they actually characterize the penguin really well, and just make him way better than in the Batman. It's like he has like a lot more depth, motivation, and like he made a lot of choices that, like it's a lot of villainous. At the same time, you can see he has a soft spot for for someone like the fake guy, because he sees himself in him. Like there's a lot of good character for the penguin and also for Sophia. She's an amazing villain. I love her already. It's like she's a lot of depth when it comes to like taking revenge for his brother and trying to, and because she hates her family, I want to do it in her own way. It's incredible. And
Yeah,
it's like
I'm still reacting to how it's like so much better than the Batman. Yeah, I mean, it just caught me off guard. But yes, I do agree.
A very strong start. It's like it's very impressive.
Yeah, but this is obviously this is before we learned things about Sophia's backstory, especially what is it that got her the way that she is. That's not covered until episode 4, which we'll get to. But yeah, I think some key points that we talked about in particular was the dynamic between Oz and Vic was like honestly like so the funny thing about Vic in general, obviously we talked about his character Alex Wadler in Runaways, and Unity, you saw that show. So,
Yeah.
It's funny how the character is portrayed in this show, in the sense that like you can really just see what they decided to do with his character wasn't like intentional to another particular kind of character. That if Vic was in the hands of, say, Batman, probably everything would be different. So, but we'll get to that when we get to the final episode.
Pretty much. So yeah, it's a great stuff. Episode 3 is about Vic. Starts with Vic. So yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I guess like for what we were saying about the transition from the Batman movie to the Penguin show. I mean, obviously, like, you know, Penguin in the Batman is like more of like an underling at that point, so it's kind of in his recluse, like, but in the sense of like, I got to do what I got to do to survive, but like, obviously, like now that Carmine is gone, and now like there's like a disarray within the crime families all together. This is like Penguin's opportunity to really go into that loophole and do what he can do, and that's, you know, obviously. And we also talked about his relationship with his mother. We talked about like how they sort of like have this sort of thing, like it's not like, oh, she's trying to keep me good. Like, no, she actually is encouraging Penguin to continue this way so that he can be at top. But we'll also talk about more about what the relationship has spiraled into in the later episodes as well. But yeah, these are like some of the things that, you know, there's a lot of moving pieces. Let's just see how they go out.
Yay. Good. Oh,
So yeah, so episode 3 is Bliss, and this is the episode that starts the flashback with Vic and how he was orphaned after the seawall explosion that the Riddler did in the Batman. So you got to see a little bit of his life, like not too much, but like, you know, like he was still like trying to do his way of like getting things to get money by any means necessary, even if he wasn't the best. But yeah, I mean, obviously not too much about the parents themselves, but you can kind of see like Vic has kind of always had this whole thing. Is like, I just wish I could have like a bigger name for myself, or like I'm about to make a name for myself. You know, like
I was about to say that.
We're about to bring back the line from our favorite movie this year. So, and then, you know, the parents are obviously like fine with where they are at, and then that's kind of like a running theme throughout about Victor and what kind of name can he make for himself. It's so hard to say that line now.
I mean, yeah. Seawall explosion, and you can see like, you know, establish a relationship between him and his friends, and also the fact that you just kind of see like why does he look up to the Penguin, because, you know, he lost his family who was trying to, like, you know, tell him to just stop wasting his time and stuff. So he can actually just find someone to prove to that he can actually not be weak.
Yeah. And I know like Operation and I, we kind of talk about this a lot, like especially since like this is like where you actually get to see what was it from the citizens' point of view of the seawall breaking, and like how that was like horrific for especially like the poor people there. But then obviously there's like the discussion as to, well, see, look what Riddler did, and which is we're not like Riddler defenders, but it's more like Riddler did make sense with what he did. Yeah. But go ahead.
I'm saying, at least it's like I've seen people who, even if they think Riddler, like, it doesn't make sense to Batman, like, oh, the third act is stupid on with the flood.
Hmm.
Like it's like how to describe it? Like they sort of get turned around, like seeing like thinking it's like effective here. It's like, well, I didn't like it the Batman, but I like what they did with it, like as a consequence in Penguin, like things like that.
Yeah, but
So
that's always been my thing
I'll
too. Is
take.
like it is in the Batman. It's just like the Penguin has the opportunity to take advantage of it because it's set after the Batman. But like that's why the consequence exists for that
Mhm.
reason. So, but yeah, I always thought it made sense. Especially when you hear the interrogation and what Riddler is actually saying to Batman. But yeah, I don't want to go too much into that. But I do like it because like sometimes it's really cool to see like a perspective of like that you don't get to see in the movie, but you see it somewhere else from the point of view of that like someone like Vic. So
Yeah, I'm glad it's not dragged into a fucking episode like the Agatha. They literally have a flashback with Wicked for like an entire episode for some reason. And what does it tell me? Nothing.
Right.
Absolutely nothing. You're kidding me.
Yeah, no, you're right. Because like it's like that's the problem with like a lot of MCU flashback episodes, especially because like they save it for the penultimate or like close to the end, and like they do like this whole flashback episode of this is how we got to this point, and a lot of it times just doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like it's so weird. Imagine. I mean, even at the very least, Moon Knight has something that matters for character wise. I was like, what the fuck is happening? I was like, I don't get it. It's like the Acolyte. They have like 2 episodes of flashback. What does it tell me? Well,
Nothing.
not just nothing. Fucking nonsense. That breaks the entire Star Wars universe 1,000,000,000 times over. Again.
New Star Wars content coming out on December 3rd. So yeah. But yeah, I let me just take a look back. Hi, Sty. Yeah, thank you for the 50th anniversary celebration. And yeah, but yeah, you're right, absolutely. Shout out to Lauren LeFranc. We'll say that a few times. Because Matt Reeves is getting his credit and he deserves it. But obviously, Lauren being in charge and all that, she's absolutely deserves her dues. But yeah.
Yes.
So after that flashback, we kind of see we see a few other things go on. And Unity, feel free to cut me off if you want to like say specific things. I'm kind of going based off of episode 3 was a while ago.
That's fine. So yeah, it's just I mean the first thing is just like a Penguin appreciate what Fick did, so he was like, oh, I'm gonna give you money because you're good to me, but you should learn to always want more. So he just like, yeah, can you get me $1,000 more? He was like, yeah, good, but not gonna. It's like,
Yeah.
Fuck, good dynamic, great dynamic. He's learning stuff from Oz, and he is like. And he actually and they actually start to appreciate each other as they start to appreciate each other even more.
Yeah, it's gonna be real nice where it ends up.
Yeah.
I think this is around the point where Sophia is at the door.
Yeah. Sophia.
The Penguin goes to the room and tells Vic to stall. So I know some people have talked about it. It's like how come Sophia doesn't recognize? There's a lot of ways to stall. But
I mean,
yes.
the only problem is like the phone call happens right before like Sophia knocked the door. It's like, okay, that's a bit of a coincidence.
Yeah, but it's like I don't think the phone call was like too in depth as to like what was going on. If I remember correctly.
It's just a scene for Sophia to suspect Fake and the Penguin.
Yeah.
So that's the point of this scene.
Because I know like some people were talking about like why wouldn't they recognize Vic from the episode 2, that shootout that happened? But like I don't really think anybody got a good look at Vic because he did run away. And I think if I'm not mistaken, they were kind of like Vic is not really like a key figure for them to like really know, oh, like I can ID this guy for who he is. So I don't. And then Sophia's like a different person. So like I'm not really sure if people can connect the dots that Vic works for Penguin at this point. That was just something from episode 2 that some people were talking about.
I don't really hear anything. So yeah. So since like so since like Fig, it's like a really, it's like she's still like not. He's not new to the game. He's just like he's still like he has some experience, but he's not really that mature.
Yeah,
Or
but
that
he has like a speech impediment, so that kind of like detracts a lot of the stuff as
Yeah,
well,
so
even if
he-
he's trying to be serious.
Yeah, so like Sophia was like, "Oh, dude, how do you work for Fig? How do you work for Oz?" And he was like, "Oh, I'm a mechanic. I Oz appreciate me because I do good for him." And then Sophia was like, "Oh, then light up my candle," and he don't even know how to use a lighter.
You're a
And then
mechanic and you don't know how to use a lighter. Yeah.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh." You have to remember, this guy was like, this kid is not even not that good of a liar. So it's like, yeah, his fucked up makes Sophia suspect him.
Yeah, I mean, especially like when you factor in like his plan for like episode 1, like honestly that was it is kind of like wild like how he was able to come up with a plan like, yeah, I'm going to like get this car to like slam into the Falcone estate. The back of the trunk is going to have Alberto's corpse and like cut the pinky off. That way it will make it clear that the Maronis were after him. That's like kind of like an OD kind of plan. And then here's like, I can't handle it lighter. But like, to be fair, Sophia's pretty hot. So makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Fig could have just come up with a different lie. It was like, oh, sorry, I have wet fingers or something, so I can't use the lighter well. But he's just not that good of a liar at this point.
I mean, even if you like take that out, it's like she is still like the Arkham inmate, the hangman. I feel like that could be scary for anybody.
Yeah,
Like
so
especially to a kid like him. So like I could see both options.
much.
And obviously there was not enough time for like there to be like any kind of like response to that because Penguin comes out of the room and then he continues his conversation with Sophia afterwards.
True. And so yeah, Fig just called basically his ex Garcia. Fuck.
The person he should have left with.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So basically, this isn't. I think this is about the point where like Penguin in the last episode, basically Penguin and Sophia they agreed to like work together to wipe out the Falcone family hierarchy so that she could maybe take control. So at this point, Oz is playing along, and he's essentially so she kind of shows him this drug that they've been working on in Arkham. Basically, they were taking something called Bliss. It's kind of like a red substance coming off of mushrooms or something like that. A lot of theories about what that could be, of course, but we'll not get into that. So basically, they just need to go. So Penguin is like saying, okay, let's like take this to Chinatown and with Mr. Zhao and like try to get their say. And like if you get his say, then you can get the international department and like the international side of the crime, and like you can get way more money there. So this is like stuff he's explaining to Vic as well, since he's the rookie. So that's kind of like what this episode is like, trying to get the Bliss deal with the Dilo.
Triad.
The Triad, the Dilo, or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, starting with the Dilo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so so there's a few things that happen. I know like one key thing is like when Penguin and Sophia are going inside to get their conversation, he tells Vic to stay out. Vic gets approached by a cop, and the cop is like, "You're parked illegally. let me see your ID. But then he sees that Vic has a lot of money in his hand, and he's like, "Where'd you get all that money? What money?" And then the cop nods and leaves him alone.
Jesus, that was how many scenes later?
Vic knows the streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the order is. I just know like I remember the character interactions. I don't know when they happen.
Well, that's like halfway into
Go
the first.
go ahead.
So basically, there's like a lot of good stuff. Like beforehand, when the penguin dropped Sophia into the hospital to the place, you can see that it said Arkham State Hospital. So it means that it immediately just world building the fact that Arkham State Hospital is also corrupted and Sophia is able to use that to just smuggle drugs.
Yeah.
And he just brings him to a place full of mushrooms. Those like what bliss.
To be fair, we're kind of used to that in like other Batman iterations. That like, I guess it's not a crazy.
Yeah,
world
I can really tell that it's so corrupted in Batman vs Superman. Totally. or Batman and Robin. That was so corrupted. I can really tell.
The Burtonverse in general is kind of weird overall. I don't want to get too much in that, but yeah.
And so yeah, Vic just saw his ex again, and because he tried to impress her, was like, "Oh, I got a new job, lol." And because
he's living in a bougie apartment, he's got all this money lying around, nice looking food, yeah.
Yeah, and because it makes sense. He always tried to move up to his class. He always want to be someone more, to move up the status. And and then his ex-girlfriend was like, "Oh, sorry, I'm leaving Gotham because
California, yeah.
Because no more schools here now."
Yeah, which is another good piece of world building, especially after the flood and all that stuff and what Riddler did. Yeah, and he's like, it's like, oh, I can do. Why don't I just? Why don't you just stay here? It's like, where's there to go? Kind of a thing. And then she's like asking, why don't you come with me? It's like, I'm not really sure if I should do that.
My boss is gonna kill me.
My boss will kill me. So why would you do that? He can't explain that. But he says like, I'll think about it, or I'll let him know, or something like that, to at least get her to feel like an accomplishment is in the conversation. But
yeah, so
that's kind of his arc in this episode, at least.
Yeah, so basically, his girlfriend was like, "You don't have to come with me," but then Vic was like, "No, I do. No, I do." It's like you can tell that he's actually kind of scared that when he leaves, what's gonna happen. So, and then Vic just kind of pays her a bunch of money. You know what? Just buy me a ticket. I will leave tomorrow, leaving my boss.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just gotta laugh like, yeah, he still cares about her. He's still emotionally struggling between staying here and just leaving Gotham for good to do other stuff. Because you have to remember, this is his girlfriend. He's still his girl. This is still his girlfriend right now, and he just still has emotional attachments, and he doesn't want to leave. But this is and Gotham is the place he's still gaining status and money and power now. So There's a lot of struggling, a lot of inner conflict, which is fun.
I just thought of something like pretty underrated about this show that I don't really see a lot of people talking about. Is like, I think what is really fascinating with this show in particular is that I feel like every single episode you can feel like there is an arc for the characters that are there, and they kind of go through it throughout the episode, and then like obviously there's going to be like connecting tissues that goes to the next episode and the next episode like that. But like you kind of feel like there is something consistent, like where you watch the episode and you feel like each character has something that feels like it started and ended in the episode. I feel like that's something that's not really present. Like I feel like again, using MCU as like a kind of what they do is like you feel like they just take like a full movie and they cut it into pieces like that. It doesn't really feel like there's any cohesion of each episode. I just thought that was pretty interesting.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And then the next scene, it's like Sophia was like going back home, and then Johnny Feedy was like, "Here's a train ticket, fuck off." And because this Sophia is just released from Arkham, no one trusted her,
Yeah.
and so they're all in the game of your dad is right. They all want to get rid of her.
Yeah, basically, her cousin, I believe in the last episode, was like saying, "Just go to Italy. You can like unwind there. Nobody will care about you. You can do all you want, and like the whole drama, the Falcones can stay in Gotham, and you know, just do what you got to do." Basically, gaslight her into feel like what she's kind of used to. More stuff that will kind of be discussed in episode 4 as well. But yeah, Vidi's a funny guy. I don't know, just not like intentionally, just like just something to think about.
And then
what
go
else
to like
was-
and then Chinatown. I think something like this.
Is this where
Yeah.
like they do the blackmail with Vidi first? Well, no,
No.
they go to Chinatown first, and then he says,
Yeah, they said
you need
I
to
wanna
get like a word of approval of somebody higher than you.
yeah. So they tell him that they'll get Johnny Vito to speak to him because Penguin's got that dirt on him they could use against him.
Oh, and you got Zhao, a very familiar actor from what was it? I think he was in the Rush Hour movies.
And then you got like Fick just practicing his speech. Was like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, I need to leave my girlfriend now. I need to leave you for my girlfriend."
Yeah, Francois Chow. He was Shredder in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. I think it was in G.I. Joe as well. Yeah.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
So I don't think I need to know that.
I'll be back in a few.
Yeah. So Penguin and Sophia are trying to have the sit down and all that stuff. So Zhao has like this like underling kind of a thing. He's like obviously asking some questions that make sense for people to ask. Because like actually Zhao is not there first because Zhao is the higher up. So this is actually his underling kind of guy. He's the one who's like, why should I trust the Penguin? He's like a slimy coward who will leave. Basically, things that we hear about Penguin a lot. We see it ourselves like from time to time. Like if Penguin is in danger, he is going to switch sides, and that is something he's very good at. But Sophia is trying to be that like kind of that assuring point of view for like it's like it doesn't his point of view doesn't matter. He works for me. I'm thinking about this particular product. It can like it will do very well in the Gotham setting, and then we'd also like to have free samples so that people can try out the product and see like what is it that we can if people like it, then more people actually buy it for real and all that. So that's kind of around the point where he says, okay, but like I need like somebody legit to say that if they agree that, because I think they're trying to put the pretense that like Sophia got the backings of the Falcone family to do this thing. So it's like, okay, you need to get like Johnny Viti or somebody to say that, yeah, this is like legit. That's essentially the conversation. If there's anything else you want to add,
Yeah, I'm good. That's all I need to say. It's just a lot of like talk about framing and stuff. And they try to bond, and Sophia and Oz try to bond over to have a good time again. It's fine. And then the diner scene.
Yeah,
That's
and
big.
then so basically, Penguin and Vic are like in a like eating lunch somewhere, and Penguin is just like listening to what Vic was saying, like, "Oh, yeah, this is like what happened with the police officer and how he saw the money and he took it." Is like, "What money?" And then they're having a laugh about it and all that stuff. I'm very proud of Vic for thinking on his feet, and it's like sometimes money will go away, but you'll get more. And then bringing back that whole lesson about showing like the dining room, seeing like all the rich people eat well and stuff like this is kind of like what you like we should be having this. Like it shouldn't just be for the rich people, it should be for all of us. But like, and then things like that, plus the conversation about asking about like what were your parents like. Like, so they were saying like my parents used to do this and this before they died. And then
Yeah.
I think like Penguin is always like kind of like reflecting back to his own childhood kind of a thing. Like, but like not like too much in depth, because like this is not the point where he reveals like how much of like his past is like really like fucked up yet. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
So
sure there's some lines you want to say from here.
yeah, there's a lot of great lines. The Penguin said the world ain't set up for the honest man to succeed. Mechanics a good job. That should be the American dream right there. A beautiful story with a happy ending. But that ain't the way the world works, fake. America's a hostile. And what was his name? Yeah, it's a great. So he asked him, what is his name of his like dad? It's like Juan, Juan,
Juan,
yeah.
Yeah.
So he feels like really bad for his dad, and that there like sometimes it's just shitty that some like people like us don't get the chance to succeed, to like live to succeed. Because remember the Penguin has a twisted mindset of thinking that he works his way up to gain his success. He's there for the people and stuff. And so the Penguin just like to draw to your dad. I'm not gonna pronounce his full name. It's too hard for me to pronounce. He raised a good son. It's like a lot of good character bonding. And
I've
that
returned.
oh yeah, and then you return and red muted. Fun.
Oh,
Yeah.
what part are we at?
Just the Penguin and Fig talk in a diner.
Oh, that's super.
Honestly, like,
Oh.
I think your mic has some problems.
Yeah, you're very low, Red.
There we go.
Yep.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So basically, what I was saying is like, I don't know, all good points of unity. I think the interesting thing is like if you were to rewatch the show again, knowing what you know, it's like it makes you think about what like how does Penguin really feel in the inside. But like, yeah,
Yeah. It's like really twisted.
because Vic is hearing what he wants to hear, or Vic is like, he really does have that, but he can like put on the empathy here and there to like I at the same time, like I do believe he's absolutely proud of Vic for what he's doing, and like he does feel like Vic can make a difference for himself. He can make a name of himself once again, and I just think
Yeah.
like, yeah, I
So,
just think
yeah, he's
things that like enhances the
no, he's a guy who cares about other people, but at the same time, he will always put himself first before he cares about other people. So he still cares about them, but he cares about himself more.
yeah.
That's always how he's established.
Yeah.
So I'd say yeah.
I'm going to talk about Comic Penguin a little bit later. Actually, probably towards the end of it.
No, yeah,
yeah.
the Comic Penguin has an umbrella shoot that is also a machine gun. Duh.
I have other things to say, but like we'll get to that. Basically, the reason why they're there in the lunch, in the big dining hall in general, is because there's a woman sitting right in front of their table. That woman happens to be Luca
Vitti?
Falcone's wife. The and you know, wait, no, is that his wife?
Yeah, it's Luca's wife.
It is
No.
Luca's wife. Yeah.
Yeah,
Luke's having the
And
affair.
yeah, so in the meantime, because she went up to get to go to the bathroom or something like that, to the bathroom, quote unquote, and she left a key card behind, and Penguin takes that, uses that key card, and brings Sophia along as well, and yeah, Johnny's fucking Luca's wife. And so yeah,
Literally caught him with his pants down.
pretty much. And this is kind of like their way of blackmailing Vidi, because like they already knew about this, and this is something that like because this was something that Penguin uses in the last episode as well, like saying like, oh, I know how to take the Falcones down or something like that, but like he's not going to reveal all the secrets, but like one of the big ones is like, yeah, Johnny Vidi fucks your uncle's wife, so yeah, that's pretty easy.
Oh, incest stuff.
Well, technically no, because I think Johnny's the cousin, right?
I'm not too sure exactly how he's related.
But basically, it's like because like Luca is the bloodline, but then the wife should not be the bloodline, I believe. If that's how the I don't think it's incest. It's just yeah, that's a weird sentence to put on camera.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, so that's the blackmail. You're gonna say to the triads that you have the support for the Bliss distribution, and that's the blackmail, and eventually it does go. But before that happens, first VVD has to say shit about Penguin, how he's a slimy motherfucker who kind of a thing, gets Penguin riled up to the point where he's angry, and then he essentially like is holding, kind of choking him out, for the sake of like just showing his power and like his anger, but like not enough to like kill him. But yeah, so these are some things that you get here and there from Penguin.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah, this I believe next is where it's kind of like a bit of a montage with
Remember this guy, Penguin tried to kill. Then Johnny Vitti was like, "Yeah, fuck you. You suck, Penguin. You try to ally with him. You don't know the Penguin. He doesn't care about you. He's a joke. And no one trusts you, and he tried to kill him."
Penguin, what a joke, and he wears a Batman suit in his honor.
No.
Yeah. And how's him just make a call? And so, like what? The Penguin and Eve are in a nightclub.
Yeah, basically, all of them with Eve and Sophia, Victor, they're all like in the club, kind of like, all right, so this is kind of like, this is the Bliss, and you guys are, so they got a chance to try it and they really enjoyed it. So these are the things that you're going to be handing out in the club today for free, and then if they want any more, then they gotta pay up and all that stuff. But things like that.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So we're kind. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's the same time that Vic was like, "Oh fuck, my girlfriend just texted me." I was like, yeah, you have to leave now."
Yeah.
Yeah, she's about to get on the bus.
Yeah, and it's like I'm not gonna go too much into like the is that convenient kind of a thing, because it was the next day. She's like, all right, tomorrow we're gonna go off to the bus, so it makes sense to give him a text back. But yeah, outside of that, so we're kind of in Vic's point of view as he's like handing out. He's having some fun in the club, along with the distribution. But it gets to a point where he does start to feel a little bit of an anxiety attack, where with the crowds of people, all the strobing lights and the stuff like that, it kind of feels similar to the dynamic in the time when the Riddler bombed the seawall. And so that was so it got to a point where he was like scared and he dropped all the bliss on the ground. At this point, there was some other one of Eve's friends helped him pick it up and all this stuff. It's like, get your shit together. If you need
Roxy.
Roxy. Yeah.
Yeah, Roxy. That, to be honest, she's just here for Vic to just say stuff to you. That's her contribution. That's basically it.
She's a whore.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to say. So yeah. So he basically goes to the bathroom and tries to clean up. I think this is where Penguin comes in, like soon after, not like soon after, but like before like another text message happens, like the bus is gonna leave soon, something like that, and then Penguin comes in.
Yeah,
but
this is up there. So this scene is up there, like one of my favorites in the show. I was in Vic in that bathroom. Like that sounded a bit weird. It'll in a context, it'll make sense. It's just discuss it.
Yeah. So this guy just like. So Vic is like, So Vic is just panic attack onto the bathroom, and then Oz and what's it called? Sophia just talked to Zhao. Was like, we have this drug now. It's gotta be under control for you.
And it's like super popular. Like you can see, everybody's enjoying it. We've already made a big profit here. Imagine if it goes out everywhere else. It's gonna be crazy, kind of a thing. So yeah. So Zhao is feeling. He's feeling what's been going on. He wants to see a little bit more before he can make a final call. But it's so then, like, Oz is like super happy. He's kind of looking for Vic to kind of say the good news. So then he does go into the bathroom. So Vic is kind of like torn between, does he want to leave Gotham with his girlfriend for a better life? But like he has the potential to be rich and powerful and all that stuff. So also he fears that Oz would kill him if he tries to desert and kind of a thing. But yeah, this is kind of like, so when Oz like goes into the bathroom saying his good news, and Vic doesn't seem to be too happy. Then there's another text message that happens. So Vic puts it down. It's like, let me see the phone. No. Let me see the fucking phone. And then he gets the phone, and then he sees what's going on. It's like, gets upset, very upset. Like, so is that it? You're just gonna take my money and go? It's like, no, it's not that. But like Oz like can like take the entire situation and make it about himself. Just like just gonna leave me hanging, kind of a thing. Yeah.
And I guess he gets more upset and went,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, and he gets more upset because like, what, you want to go? Then fucking go. And Vic says like he can't leave.
And Vic is trying to say his words, because like earlier Vic says like, because like earlier in the dining scene he was like, the waiter was like Victor is trying to say the menu option, and the waiter was like trying to finish the sentence for him. He was like, hey, fucking stop, let him finish the sentence. And then it takes him a while to get the speech impediment out, but he says what he wants, and then that. But then Penguin's like lesson for that is like don't let people walk over you. They're gonna wait for you no matter what happens, kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. So then here, when like Penguin is arguing with Victor, and Victor's trying to get his sentence out, but like the speech impediment's in the way, just fucking say what you got to say, kind of a thing. So it all depends on how Penguin is feeling about Victor, whether it's you deserve it or you don't deserve it, like basically that kind of thing. So these are the kind of the other things too. It's like these little things are like some semi arcs, tiny arcs, anything you want to call it, That's what I really like about the show. Is like there's so many things that you can appreciate from previous conversations, later conversations. So yeah, that was just something I wanted to highlight. But yeah, he's telling you to go. So you think you're hostage here? I'm not. You think, and then he pulls out a gun. Is that what you feel like? This is what's going on, like kind of a thing. You feel like this is what's going on whenever you're with me. It's like obviously Vic is like really scared now. I was like, no, you could have left it whenever you want. You chose to be here, kind of a thing. Just gaslighting his way into the conversation.
Yep.
But eventually, Vic does. He does leave and gets on. He gets in Oz's own car and drives off to the bus stop. And Oz, very broken about what happened. But they go out and he finds that Sophia's outside smoking a cigar. And so you're not in there wanting to celebrate. It's like, you got all the celebration for me. I don't really care. And around this point is when something bad happens. Maroney.
Yeah, the Maronis pull up.
The Maronis pull up and they.
Sure, it's like, yeah, you fuck. I was like, yeah, we're tracking you the entire time.
Well, but before that, I think it's kind of noteworthy to see what happens before that when Sophia confronts Oz on something he did, which we don't know yet.
Yeah.
And Oz is like, he's like, I'm not sorry I did it. Like I don't regret like what it got me, but he says I'm sorry for what it did to you.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry what happened to you, even though I'm not sure if like yeah. But then like
he's like
it is in the next episode. So he's apologizing for something, but not everything. Yes.
Yeah. So you can tell that she still cares about her for like some parts of it, but he's not willing to admit like everything.
Yeah, that slimy bastard. So then the Maronis, Nada, I believe, she comes in. Few goons.
The scientist from X-Men: The Last Stand.
Yes, that's a deep cut. So yeah, she's basically, as Unity said, like basically we've been tracking you. You think we would trust you to be with a Falcone scum kind of a thing. And then Penguin on his knees, like saying, I was like loyal to you the whole time. It's like I was gonna get you the bliss and you're gonna get to take all the credit and all that stuff. And like Sophia's just like looking at him, is like, you motherfucker. He's basically Penguin doing what he does best, weaseling his way when a gun is in his face, when somebody else is in power, trying to appeal to their side. Which is like things that both the Maronis and the Falcones like comment a lot. It's like, you are so good at like talking your way out of some bullshit. But this is around the point where, because Nada also like mentions that he's the one who killed Alberto. He didn't tell you that? Of course he didn't. And then that's also where Penguin starts to continue to weasel his way. And it does like that sound effect where like Sophia's ears are just like going depth.
No, that's the next episode. What the fuck? That's like the end.
It's like it's not like in depth though. Not yet, but like you kind of get the idea of like what's happening. And then this is where Victor comes in with his car, and he just like smashes into one of them.
He decided not to leave.
He decided not to leave. Not worth it eventually, but we'll get to that.
We'll see.
She was hot though, to be fair.
So
but yeah, so he takes Penguin in. He's saying, "What about Sophia? Leave her." And then
right after the I'm sorry for what happened to you. The fucker, leave her.
Yeah.
God, it was so brutal waiting for the next episode.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. So Sophia's abandoned. Her fate is left to the Maronis, and
And
Oz is proud of Vic, even though he crashed the car. Doesn't matter. He came back. He came back for me. That's all that matters.
yeah,
He did the right thing.
pretty much. And then, to be honest, you overlap like episode 3, episode 4 together.
Yeah, it's tough because like it is the same events, but we're seeing it from Penguin's point of view, and then we see it from Sophia's point of view. But yeah, essentially that's the. I did talk about some things about the next episode, where it pretty much picks up where it sort of left off, where they're on their
No.
knees and
So yeah, we can just skip all of them to just Sophia escape and he calls Julia and Roche. That's basically it.
that shades from Luke Cage.
Yeah, and now we got like a flashback. Most of this episode is a flashback.
Most of this episode is a flashback for Sophia and the Hangman.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So,
so
Mhm.
so yeah, Sophia established this foundation of like my mom. It's like committed suicide because depression. I want to use this to help people. You know, presenting her to like a good, okay, not a good person. Remember his father is a fucking criminal.
Yes.
But you know, she's still trying to help as many people as possible.
She's like about as innocent as someone like in that family can be. Like,
And and this episode
Right.
is gonna try to break her. Like,
oh yeah,
and you know, and then she's like even she's even sympathetic to like the Penguin. I was like, you know, no, you should be better yourself, you know, working as my driver.
Right, because like in this flashback, Penguin's like only sort of thing here in the episode is
That's
the point of view
Betray-
where he says leave her, and you can see like Sophia's reaction to that, and then like the flashbacks like where Penguin is actually, because he said this in the last episode too, we forgot to mention he used to be Sophia's driver in the past,
yes.
like how Victor is Penguin's driver here, so that was another connection. But yeah, Sophia, as we were talking about, does this charity fund, and there's this reporter, Summers, who's the
from like the Batman the animated series.
Batman the animated series reference.
Summer Gleason, man.
Summer Gleason.
Played by a voice actress, by the way. I think is it the voice actress from the show?
I don't
well?
think so, because the show is from the 90s.
Here's the thing, because they said this actress has never acted before until like this episode. She's like a voice actress beforehand. So that's why I'm wondering. I was like, is it that?
Interesting.
I don't think
It's probably not the same one.
Yeah.
Let me check it first. Nadia Maloff.
She's
weird.
known for Old Man Star-Lord, Static Shock, but not that Static Shock. It's some other Static Shock.
Then I guess
Oh,
not.
okay. So what to say, huh?
Yeah, then no.
Yeah. Summer Gleason was created because they didn't have access to Vicky Vale in the animated series, so they made a new character. That's essentially why she was created in the show. Not much is to be said though. We'll get to why in a second. But yeah, so she's been looking into this kind of thing with. She's been looking into this case with what happened to Sophia's mother. Is that there's some weird patterns, like how her death, and then like a few different kinds of strippers that used to work in the Iceberg Lounge. And what's the coincidence? They are all under the protection or the vision of Mr. Carmine Falcone. So it's a lot of weird coincidences that seem to line up, but just says that they don't exist. So Sophia's trying not to hear that, but she can't help to feel like there is something there because she always felt like so you see a few flashbacks here and there in the episode as well with young Sophia, and she's remembering some aspects that seem to never really line up based on what she saw and like what she was told. So things like that. So you kind of get some. Sophia has been lied to a lot in her life, but that's kind of like there's going to be some extreme examples in this episode, so keep that in mind.
Yeah. So yeah, Sophia saw her mom committed suicide and stuff. That's a flashback, and
As Red said, yes, some things are off. Like her fingernails are chipped, and when Carmine comes to confront her, she sees his hands are scratched.
pretty much, and then Carmine, recasted for Mark Strong for like 2 scenes, by the way.
Well, third time's the charm for him. He finally got to be in a good DC project.
Really? What's the first? All right.
He's Sinestro and Green Lantern, and then Dr. Savannah and the Shazam.
Jesus.
Did
you really say that Shazam is bad?
It's I find it
No, not really that good.
Second one's definitely worse.
Yeah. I feel like Shazam is like near the top, but it's like unironic though.
Pretty much.
It's just the franchise, yeah.
I get it. It's slim pickings with the DC.
Yeah. Honestly, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at what are his other credits from DC. It's like,
he's a massive comic book fan, so
yeah, he's
always take a role if they're offering.
Oh yeah, he's also in Kick-Ass.
Kick-Ass too, yeah.
Kick-Ass. One, the first one.
Right. 2 TOO. That's what I mean. So yeah. Kick-Ass is technically Marvel, if I'm understanding the umbrella. But yeah.
But yeah, they're gonna be in Secret Wars.
Oh man. Yeah. So yeah, Mark Strong plays Carmine. I know there's like a bit of conversations about his casting as well, especially because of John Turturro is not able to come back. Now we've heard some words as to why he wasn't able to come back. He had to film something else, so he just didn't have the time. So they had to recast. And honestly, I feel like Mark is Mark, so whatever he does.
No, the fucking reason is because you see, like the John Turturro don't want to hit a girl. That's the fucking reason. I was like, what the fuck did you sign up for? Like, how the fuck do you look into the comic book, sign up for this deal, actually talk to the person in charge of the comics, and you know the fact that you are playing a fucking villain and just like, yeah, I don't want to be the girl.
What's funny is that he's the one who actually did it in the movie.
Yeah, it's on screen there.
Mark is like said but not shown.
Yeah, I was like, did no one in the show just like, dude, you don't have to. You just have to yell at a girl.
Yeah, or it's like people will describe that you hit and killed women. You don't have to actually do it on screen, kind of a thing. Because again, what he does in the Batman is like, okay, so like Anita, like that was like that. You hear the conversation. It's pretty brutal to hear it on a cell phone, but it's it's still off screen, technically speaking. And then her corpse is there, but then it's like he actually hits Catwoman in the movie.
No, she fucking strangles her.
He tries to strangle her.
She hits him, like hits, strangles her, things like that. But yeah, here Mark doesn't do that. And honestly, it's like it was just unnecessary. Like I could have been just fine with I wasn't able to be here because I was filming something else.
I'll just say that
it happens.
I'll just say that I was not paid enough. Fuck it, let's just say that.
Or I wasn't paid enough. That's fair enough too. It's just weird.
Unless it's wording as, after the first movie, I just don't want to be that abusive anymore.
That's Fair too. I could live with that.
But you can't just like,
'cause, like-
yeah, you,
Go ahead.
yeah, you can't just like, oh, I don't want to hit a girl. It's like, what? Wait, what the fuck is your entire film career again? You're in the
'Cause
first three Transformers movies. You kidding me?
Because he's like the Big Lebowski. He's known for playing a pedo, so
Yeah. Holy
So-
shit.
it is what it is, I guess. Yeah, I know like there's some other conversations too about Mark Strong in particular, like because like his mannerisms aren't really like what is John in the movie. I would say Carmine in the show is a lot more in tune to what I see as Carmine in the comics. But like at the same time, like you can kind of argue that it is a 10-year difference between this point where the flashback is taking place and where the movie is. So like there's some leeway that you can have in terms of like how Carmine decides to present himself. But I will say like I do appreciate them both for what they brought to the character for this franchise and all that. I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
yeah.
so Sophia goes back home. Alberto is there. Alberto's is a klutz kind of a thing, and she's the serious one. So eventually, like Alberto is not really taking things seriously, kind of a thing, and he has to leave when they're about to say something serious, like in a family conversation. And then Carmine and Sophia basically have their conversation, like, yeah, I don't really trust him. I feel like you're way more suited to be the one to take over after me when I'm gone or anything like that. Sophia's feeling good, but like she's getting some points like it's just like, are you sure everything that you told me about mom was like was true? But like I'm not like, I know there's like there's probably more conversation in there somewhere.
And then she was like, although I was young, but it's just like I don't remember her being sick or like depressed and stuff.
And he's like, where'd you get this idea from?
And then
kind of slips that she did talk to somebody in press.
And then she was like, did she talk to like a psychiatrist or a therapist or something? And then Carmine was like, yeah, your mother's a proud woman, low, stubborn. She just doesn't. She refused my help.
When I offered, yeah.
Yeah, and then Carmine was like, you just shut up. Basically, just tell her, just shut up. Why do you do this to me? Why the fuck do you just make me sad?
So she tries to change the subject. It's like, what did you want for your birthday again?
Yeah.
Just like whatever you get me.
Yeah. So basically, you just gotta love like what Carmine is like. He's just an egotistical person. Yeah, he cares about his legacy, he cares about his family, but he still cares about himself the most.
Does this episode go in and out of like the present and in the past?
No, the entire.
No, it was like
no. I that's what I was thinking, because like I know Julian does pick her up. I'm sure he wanted to know more.
And then it's like a little over halfway we go back to the present.
Yeah. But then like it gets to a point where Sophia continues to think about what happened that night, and it's just like things are really not quite there, to the point where she does get to the point where she calls Summer.
Yeah.
Again, it's like, can I see what else you have? And then they go off to the road, and Summer is basically showing Sophia like multiple pictures of multiple victims who have these types. They've had the exact same thing of hanging, but there's like a lot of like physical marks. There's a lot of scratch marks. There's a lot of resistance being shown. Yet they all seem to be, like said to be hangings for some reason.
Said to be suicides, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of the consistencies, like these women were all like some relations or somewhere near Carmine Falcone. And she's like, this is all bullshit. Like, it's like it's easy thing to fabricate and kind of a thing, spreading these lies. And
Yeah.
then yeah.
And then he's just like, if you do anything, my family gonna kill you.
Mhm.
So the penguin was like try to
So
basically
she
the
goes back
penguin
to the car, yeah. And then Penguin, go ahead.
and then the penguin just rattled out. And because Sophia said, "Shut up, you're just my driver. Just leave." She basically insults him.
Mm-hmm.
It was like he was trying to give like a piece of advice, like, it's like it doesn't seem right to talk to press or anything like that. It's like I'm not here for your opinions. You're just my driver.
Yeah. She was upset and took it on Oz, and then he
And
didn't like
then-
it, I guess you could say.
Mhm. So they go back to the party, and Oz says to her that your dad is calling. There's a little bit of a moment of Oz looks nice, like he looks more clean, more proper, more prim. It's like, yeah, it's new suit, yeah. And she goes in, and Carmine like puts the words on her. You talk to the press. Did Oz tell you? It's like,
Yeah.
that doesn't really matter now. It's like you talked and like you did all that stuff. I have no reason to trust you. And she's like, clearly upset. I didn't tell her anything. I didn't really see anything. I was just confused, kind of a thing, trying to make her case.
And yeah. And then it's just like, oh, I seen scratch marks in your hand when I was a kid. To be fair, I did look at the scene again. I was like, yeah, there are scratch marks. And then
attention to detail.
And then like Carmen was like, "Oh, my Sophia, what has happened to you?"
Yeah, you can tell like the way he's saying these lines. Like Mark is great.
Yeah,
Like,
you clearly know yourself.
You can see like you can feel the gaslighting ooze off the presence of it. It's like you're sick. There's something wrong. I don't understand. What has happened to my daughter?
Yeah.
Maybe you need to try something different. I think it'll make more sense. And then suddenly, lo and behold,
Yeah.
somebody's dead. Summer. And who's the
No, by the way, I also have to tell her that. Oh, by the way, I tell Falcon, I tell Carmine. I was like, I was just worried about you, and she was like, dude, what the fuck? If you worry about yours, talk to me, not my fucking dad. Which, to be fair, it's basically just abusers, like the person being abuses mindset. It's good.
That too, but it's also like it's that status thing that he talks about. Like she doesn't understand because she's rich and powerful, and she won't really understand. We also kind of forgot to talk about. She does have the conversation with Alberto. What does he think about their dad? Like, has he ever noticed anything? It's like, yeah. And then he starts bullshitting with her, and all that stuff. But like, you can kind of see that here and there. That because like Penguin also says this about Sophia too, is like because of her status and her eliteness, like she'll never really understand like what is it that we go through as poor or like people who need to fight to get our way up here, stuff like that. So like when you go back to this conversation, like, oh, you should just talk to me. It's like he could just say like, I tried, but you didn't want to hear me. But he's not in the position of power to say that. But then then the GCP, the arrest comes in.
Yeah, because he sends Sophia like home. I was just driving her. That's when the police show up.
Yeah, and they're like, Sophia, you're under the arrest for the murder of Summer Gleason. Penguin does not.
And The other names.
and all of the other murders that happened earlier. So yeah, so whatever Carmine did, he got that money, and he
Yeah,
got
to be
everybody
honest,
to agree that this was Sophia's fault.
yeah, to be honest, I'm just thinking, does Penguin know about this, or he just genuinely was like, what the fuck? I didn't expect this to happen.
That's the beauty of it, isn't it?
Yeah, you just kind of don't know that it's.
Did
Because
it?
I
Because
don't.
like you can feel like why would you do that? Like she didn't do that, or it's like you better shut the fuck up, Penguin, or you're next, kind of a thing. So yeah, it's like you can kind of feel like he didn't really get like this was gonna happen, but like even then, it's like you can kind of feel like this is the step in the right direction for him. But like obviously this is 10 years earlier, so like the stepping stone is still there. It is interesting though to think about.
Yeah, pretty much. And then just like, oh, talk about bullshit, and basically just Alberto just trying to get Sophia out of this situation. Everyone just like, oh, this guy's mad because after her mom died, the she becomes a psychopath.
They're
And
calling me the Hangman.
yeah,
The Hangman, yeah. Or
and then
alias, yeah.
and even and like Alberto's lawyer was like, no, not just your dad, your entire family said that you're fucking sick.
Mhm.
And they just realized how much pull his father has.
That old Gotham corruption. So yeah, Alberto and the lawyer, they're kind of trying to talk to Sophia. Sophia's like, "You're my fucking lawyer," because like she's saying, "There's nothing I can do. You got to be in Arkham for 6 years." They feel like you're insane.
It was 6 months at first, right? Because it was like
Six months.
that'll be the trial. Like your trial will be in 6 months.
Hold up, what? How many months?
Get out of my head! Get out of my head! Get out of my head!
Six months.
No, it's a Venom meme.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, she's got to be there for 6 months. 6 months, I'm not going to survive in Arkham. I'm not even insane. And like, but you could feel like everybody feels like she probably did it, except Alberto's, he feels like she didn't do it. Like he knows that she didn't do it. But like, and she's trying to say it was my father. He's the one who did this. He did this to me. Don't listen to him and all that stuff. But oh, she gets sent to
Arkham. Yeah, stripped naked. Didn't show any of her titties, by the way. Sad.
It's an R-rated show. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
You got to do better.
Yeah, I got to do better. And then they just
Yeah, so you kind of see like her day. Well, first like the day in Arkham kind of a thing. And I have seen that conversation is like, how is it that like how can the Riddler survive in Arkham like this? To be fair, he's friends with Joker now. I think he'll be fine.
I don't even know how strong Joker is in the movie, to be fair.
You got it. That insanity is going to carry you. But so there is another comic name that pops up, Magpie. It really is not Magpie. It's just a name.
No, that's got.
It's just a name. Yeah.
Well, like there's like 3 magpies in the fucking like live action shows now, and like all 3 of them like fucking shit. Like there's one in Batwoman. I remember.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, Magpie is just her cellmate, kind of like Sophia's Joker, if you will. And she's just trying to be friendly and all that stuff, and then she's also having some conversations about like, they give this like this red stuff, and if we're good on good behavior, they'll give it to us, and it's amazing, kind of a thing. And Sophia continues to say her innocence, and I didn't do anything, and people are treating her like she's the hangman. And there's this one particular big girl who is very interested in Sophia the murderer. And actually, there's another comic guy too, Ventress, which is Mirror Man. I don't know. So, Operation, do you remember in that episode of the animated series where there's that guy who's like mirrors? Lloyd Ventrix or something like that.
Oh, really? That's him.
So that's him. Yeah.
Huh.
But yeah, so
What
he's
a
basically
reference.
like.
No, I'm just saying what a reference.
Yeah, so him and Julian Rush. So now we see him in these flashbacks. They're basically the ones overseeing, quote unquote, Sophia's progress, quote unquote,
Mhm.
and
It's
they-
just torture. Basically.
it
Just
is torture. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's golf and it's corrupted everywhere.
mhm.
she's sick.
It's
Hey.
really
Her mind.
really great scenes that were so hard to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
and then just one girl was like out of cuffs and she just beat the fuck out of her.
Yeah, and like, and Sophia tries to say it's like I feel like she was let loose, like she wanted to, like somebody wants to see me do something to her or something like that, and that's like where Ventress is like, she's just sick. Let's like reset her mind or something like that. So then she gets put up like to EMP, and this kind of there's like kind of like a montage pretty much at this point where you see Sophia is like breaking down more and more as like every single thing seems to happen. She gets sent back to the electric chair and well, not the electric chair, the EMP, yes, to electroshock therapy, and
Yeah, and then she just a lot of that she just back and forth to Julia and Roger like, dude, you're just sad, confused, and you're transferred to grief, anger, blah blah blah.
yeah. So Julian's like essentially that psychiatrist, and like the and Ventress is the pretty much the one who he's the overseer essentially, but like he is very clear on the intent that we need to do whatever it takes to keep Sophia here as long as possible. And so around this point, what was it? So it gets to a point like where they have another day where Sophia is allowed out. She's still in her shackles, but then there is the big girl who's been messing with her this whole time. And
Yeah,
he-
the
Mhm.
cops wants her to fight this big girl, and she just committed suicide.
yeah,
She would physically kill her. The big girl
she
just committed
takes a
suicide.
fork and stabs her own neck and all that stuff.
So
But
basically,
like
she
you can
just
see Ventress is like looking around because he's keeping a close eye on Sophia. Like, what is she gonna do? Because like they're really hoping that Sophia does something bad in Arkham that will like, yeah, you're here for life or you're here for like more years or something like that. But like Sophia did catch that, like, oh, you guys are setting me up. You're trying to you want me to stay here or something like that. You don't want me to get better. The corruption of Arkham and all that stuff. This is around the point where the other inmate does kill herself with the fork, and she gets shocked again. And it gets to a point where Rush is starting to feel like maybe she is innocent. To be fair, we'd say she's innocent even if she did do the murders, right? So yeah. But Ventress is sick. Just remember what you're here for, kind of a thing.
yeah, sorry, it's like it's like 1 degrees out here. Sorry, it's snowing out here. It's like 0 degrees. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's starting to get cold. It's very inconsistent over here. It was like 77 today.
Oh my god.
We're in a drought.
Good old.
I need precipitation.
That is true. Yeah. So basically, around this point, like the 6 months are up, and she goes there. You can see like Sophia is like at this point drained of energy. Like, I just need to hear some good news or something. And Alberto's like, no, I got some bad news. You're gonna be here for
Life, basically.
life,
Indefinitely.
indefinitely, essentially. It's like,
Indefinitely to me just life. You're kidding me.
yeah. And it's like I did my due. I did what I did. I did everything I did, all the torture, the brutality, and all that stuff, and didn't matter. She's there. She goes back to the cafeteria. Magpie is like, it's all right. We can still continue to be friends and all that stuff. And then she gets her bliss, and then, are you telling them something that they want to hear that gets you this, whatever that is? It's like, no, I'm your friend. I'm your friend. And at this point, like, Sophia's broken to the point where it's like, you know what? Let's fucking kill Magpie. And she does.
She bashes her head on the table.
I told you, I'm fucking innocent.
Yeah.
Interesting
Yeah.
play there.
Yeah. So that's essentially how it gets to that, like, where we are at, and like how she's been there for 10 years.
10 years. Holy shit.
10 years.
I thought.
Yeah, so she was in there before Batman was Batman. So
Yeah.
just keep that in mind.
Oh my god! I thought she's like I thought she's like there for like 1 year based on what's happened.
No.
Yeah,
As I said, 10 years. It's brutal.
Oh my god! Yeah, that is brutal.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, murdering an inmate would add some years, for sure. Even if it's kind of deserved.
I mean, she just got out because her dad died. So yeah, so no one can pull her. So no one can just like stop her from getting out now.
No one can pay her to keep her there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, and especially her brother was like, yeah, fuck my dad. I'm gonna save her.
Mhm.
Yeah, and so I think this is around. So they also said that Rush does realize that Sophia is innocent, and he does quit down the line. But that's something we don't
Mhm.
hear until like the next episode.
Yeah.
I thought it was when they're in the wasn't here when she's in his office.
Yeah, but that's the next episode, I think. This episode is pretty much the backstory, and then there's like a brief stuff like in the present. Oh, you're right. Sophia does get taken out by Rush to safety, and then we do learn about like how Rush did leave down the line, because like eventually the torturing of Sophia was too much for somebody who was innocent.
Understandable,
I guess. And this is and then here a little bit some more information that we get was like, now that she knows that from Nadia, that Nadia was her name, that Oz was murdered by he's the one who murdered Alberto. Like, she can't trust anybody. And then she goes back home, and see, this is the episode where people say that. So Kristen definitely
the
deserves
actress Kristen Milioti.
Yeah, she's the one. She deserves the Emmy for this.
I need to watch more shows this year too, fair. And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't watch enough shows this year. I don't have time.
Yeah, I do feel like it's most likely she'll be nominated, but I don't know if she'll win.
Oh no, fuck that! The Academy, the Oscar Academy, the Emmys will give you a fucking comic book show to be.
That's
like,
it's gonna win something though. There's no way it doesn't get any Emmys.
I mean, probably like best CGI or something. I don't know. Best set design.
Adapted screenplay, probably.
Probably. I mean, no, they have Shogun this year. Fuck.
They do have Shogun this year. That's tough. Yeah, but that night, so it skips a little here, but like there is a conversation that Sophia has in the with the Falcone family. She's Luca's trying to be like, trying to give business, and Sophia's doing all her best to like, be rude, ask for more spaghetti, more meatballs, kind of a thing. So clearly put the attention on herself, so that she has her speech essentially about like how, like, even though I am a part of this family, I'm ashamed to be a part of it, kind of a thing. Like, I not one of you, like all of you, was said that I was like insane, or
Yeah,
all
she
of you like
basically calls them all out for betraying her.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
now I found out. Yeah,
only
My
one
per-
person believed that I was innocent. And that was my brother, who is dead now. Yeah.
oh yeah, I found out. Yeah, this is where she said 10 years. I found that.
Yes. Yes. And so basically, she had like she's pretty much like putting it thick as to like thick in like literal sense too. That she's been through a lot, and all this time like they've been like saying like, oh, you're crazy, or like you shouldn't be here, you don't deserve to be here, that kind of thing, or like you're a part of the family but you don't get any of the responsibilities or anything like that, or let's send you off to Italy.
Yeah, you
Be
were
away
part
from
of
home.
this family, but we do not grant you the rank of
Family. Yes, it's outrageous. But yeah, and a little bit of an aside, there was like the little girl Gia. We saw her in episode 2. She said she wanted this chocolate cake, but like it wasn't there. That'll be important for a second. Um, but yeah, after this conversation, she actually tells Gia to don't have her in the room, so that she can have this like conversation where she's pretty much berating everybody inside.
Yeah.
And cuts to the nighttime. They go into a greenhouse. Poison ivy reference.
Ah,
I'm kidding. But yes, they go into a greenhouse with Gia, and he's like, so, I got a corner cake. It has a lot of frosting, all that stuff. You'll enjoy that. And then she kind of describes like how trying to appeal to Gia's like naivety and stuff like that. Like, I used to be here with my brother, and we used to sleep in the night, and we used to hang out here, watch the stars, and then it want to be fun to like sleep in the greenhouse. It's like, oh boy, something's gonna happen.
yeah.
So yeah,
She's
so Gia
already
does,
killed you in her family. Yep.
yeah, and then Gia is like, I don't know, should I ask for permission? No, it's like it's okay, you'll be fine. And then go to sleep. Then Sophia gets up and puts on a gas mask and kills the whole Falcone family.
Yeah.
Yep. During the night, yeah, she fucked with the ventilation
System, yeah.
system and it flooded the whole house with carbon monoxide.
Yeah. I was so distracted in that scene
Oh yeah,
because it was a lot of back shots
her in that yellow dress, man.
in that yellow dress. But yeah. And then like you pretty much see like Sophia's just going through every single room essentially, and she so you see like pretty much everybody from the Falcone family, including Luca, including Gia's parents. They're all dead, all except one guy. One room that is not flooded with carbon monoxide, and that's Johnny Viti's room.
She opened his window so he wouldn't die.
Yeah, and he. So she's just saying like, you're coming with me, and has a gun pointed at him. So all that stuff. So yeah, basically everybody dies except for Gia and Sophia and Viti, and that's how the episode ends.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Not really a penguin focused episode, obviously.
Of
But
course,
it is what it is.
flashback. Don't worry, flashback. Just half of the episode is flashback, but it ties in for the entire episode. So.
Mhm.
It's like I just a lot of character breakdown. Like how did Sophia turn into like a murderer psychopath, and what is her relationship with the other family? What does it bring her to this status? And what will she do now that she knows this? She just literally just murder everyone. Good stuff. And
Yeah.
she's have innocent. She saved the little kid.
Yeah, she's not a total monster.
It's like,
She
To
was
be
never a
honest,
monster.
to be honest, she's just an antagonist compared to the Penguin. She's like a saint.
No, it's like I think so I guess like this is like kind of like a little bit of that discussion. Sophia is a little bit different here from this interpretation versus like other interpretations of Sophia. In the sense of like she definitely was given the shit end of the stick like throughout her life, essentially. Pretty much the epitome of getting gaslit to where she is today. Getting like cheated out or like people putting her down or like you're not going to be this, you're not going to be that, or literally calling her crazy to get her in Arkham just to get her away and not tell the truth about what's going on with her father and get her to where she is now. I was just a little bit different from Sophia, who's like a giant, and like
and she's
also
like a fucking
very
big brick wall in the comics. Yeah.
yeah, very proud of being the Hangman as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I do find it interesting, like when there is like some kind of like adaptation or something like that. Like I do find it interesting how they can take something like that, like a concept of the character, and like put it on a way that like it makes sense for the show and make it presentable. But it's like because otherwise, like Sophia can't really work if she was the way that was written. But like I think that will also come back to Penguin, which I'm going to save that for the end. But yeah,
Basically, you're saying that Matt Reeves hates the comics. Got it.
yeah, it's a great conversation. That leads us to episode 5, Homecoming. Interesting title.
Yeah, Spider-Man doesn't show up. Spoilers.
So yeah, this is it kind of starts off on Oz, and he goes back to his crew. You know, they're on his side no matter what, even if he's on the Maronis or on the Falcons, and like they're feeling kind of worried about him because he was just in the middle of a gunfight and survived. How the fuck should you do that? I don't know, man. I'm just built like that. But yeah, so Oz was like, so I was like, even though we had a big loss, we have both families like hating us now, but we do have one ace in the hole. Especially, we got to go at one. We have to go after them one at a time, essentially, and the way we can do that is by going through the Maronis first, since they have less resources, less pull compared to the Falcons. So like, let's deal with them first. So they saying the ace in the hole. Let's capture Maroni's son Taj, who always goes to this particular barbershop. And yeah, so
They find him on TikTok, which is so it's like it's okay. He deserves everything that's coming to him.
Yeah, it's like fucking TikTok.
TikTok is canon in the Batman universe. We did it, guys. This is the episode where you're about to get cooked, man. Oh, that's
Yeah.
the next episode.
Wait, is it next? I thought it was this one.
No, it is this episode. It is this episode. The end of this episode. Yeah.
Huh?
You're cooked.
Cooked, huh?
We'll get to that. Yeah, so Todd is kidnapped, and then Nadia is like called. I got your son. He's perfectly fine with me. You just gotta. We just need to make a trade.
Yeah,
I take the Bliss shipment. You take your son. That's all. That's all that's to it. But this is before that happens in particular. Oz goes back to Blackgate to talk to Sal, and Sal is clearly pissed and all this stuff. And yeah, so that's kind of like the deal he's trying to say, like, because showing some of that, showing that control that he has, like, yeah, you can threaten me all you want, I can kill your son, but I'm not going to kill your son if you just give me the shipment back, and then we'll have that fair trade and all that stuff. And then, but so showing like some more of that capabilities from Oz as like he can be a leader, even if things are a little scary. I also thought what was kind of cool, just like a smaller thing, like I do like how they do have
Bro.
Clancy like speaking Farsi with
Oh,
Nadia. I think that's pretty cool. Like it's like a secret language kind of a thing, like where they can talk without Oz like hearing what they're saying. So we should I think it's like we should kill him, but like 'cause we can't really do that otherwise. Like we'll have like an issue with we won't be able to get anything out of this or something like that. I thought that was pretty cool. So during this time, Oz also tells Vic, I need you to go watch my mother because I think things are going to get really dicey here. And so
And then-
he goes. Go ahead.
and then Chief Officer Brooks just came to the scene from the Batman movie. It's like, wait,
Yeah, he's
what the
back.
fuck? Everyone died.
Oh, it's quite a coincidence. Is that?
Yeah, I still can't get off of this guy's accent.
Have a
for
good
some
day,
reason.
ma'am.
Do you have any idea
Like-
what kind of trouble you're in? You could be an accessory to murder.
Oh, needs.
What a weird
I was glad to
accent.
see him.
Yeah.
I find it fascinating. Like I think that's what makes him so likable for like a lot of people because his voice is so odd.
Honestly, yeah.
But that's what people like
Yeah.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, what the fuck happened to your family? I was like, yeah, well, shit. So it's like, and where's
Saying
Johnny
that
Feely? He's
everybody
not
was
that.
here and they just died. What a coincidence.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. There are some intercuttings with like Sophia like pretending to be sad, but like Brock can kind of see like the bullshit. Like, oh, yeah, it's such a coincidence that like all your family dies, but then just the girl and you are alive.
No, and also
You're trying to
Johnny
accuse
Feely.
me.
And
Vidi's
Johnny
alive,
Feely's
but
thing
I
was-
don't know where he is. Yeah, probably
Yeah.
ran off.
Pretty
You're
much.
quick to blame me, but not Johnny Vidi. What is this, sexist?
Yeah.
So yeah,
And he just
Huh?
and then he just like, oh, why the fuck is the chief of police just arresting me and stuff? Which
Yeah,
is
it's like-
much far away, and
it's a
stuff.
it's a fair point. It's like
Yeah.
Gotham is like all the way over there, and you're over here all of a sudden because you were probably hoping that I was dead too, don't you?
Yeah, and then the chief
You
of
have a
police,
good day, man.
and I was like, that new president just like want to clear out the crowd of Gotham, something like this.
You just gotta wait to go down to the bar and just celebrate with your buddies that the whole Falcone family's dead, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Gia gets sent to a children's home as well, and Vidi is he's basically in the
Graveyard or something.
like their tombstones, and basically she's kind of freezing him there in the cold, shirtless, and all that stuff, and just torturing him. And then we'll go back to what was resolved from that scene in later, but going back to the deal, Oz, they do agree like to trade the bliss for the sun. They're in a warehouse. They clearly don't trust each other. It's like, how am I supposed to trust it if I don't get the thing, and then you don't get your son, that kind of thing, or like you kill somebody. That's a fair point. So why don't we just do it at the same time? They go ahead, but Taj is drenched in lighter fluid, and as being covered in lighter fluid, Penguin opens the cigar light, drops it on the floor, and while Taj is hugging his mother, a flame creeps up on them, and they get burned alive. And
So how many scenes? How many scenes is that? Is
Family
that the middle of the
barbecue.
episode? Jesus Christ! It's just like in the middle of the episode. It's like a
I think it
middle
was
few scenes.
it was in the first half of the episode.
Hmm.
There was a lot of intercutting because I know because this is also like Vic also is talking to Francis, and Francis just thinks she's talking to one of her other sons, like Benny or Jacob. So like you can see that her dementia is like starting to get worse.
Yeah, I found it. Yeah, it is the middle of the episode. There's a lot to break. There's a lot happened.
Yeah, but before that, I think before that too, you also have where in Blackgate, a prison guard is like the Penguin sends his regards.
Yeah, that's
Doesn't happen around when he kills the other two.
I was like,
Yeah.
instead of doing it at night to just kill him, he's like, yeah, they're just gonna kill him when he can still react to it. Fucking hell. What a genius.
Yeah. I guess like the fair part is like Maroney is just one guy at the end of the day who is in prison. He doesn't have as much power as like he would have had in his prime. We'll talk about his out of prime in a second.
And
Yeah.
But then we got like Oz and Eve talked about like Eve was like, what the fuck? This shit is like
that
getting
was her
out of
too.
hands. Yeah, Eve
Yeah.
is just beforehand, and the hangman knows about us. She's gonna kill us, lol. I was like,
Yeah,
what about
so-
and because Oz like hide a fucking kidnapped person in her house. The punk was like, yeah, nothing's gonna happen to you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but at this point, like she still hasn't left him yet. Like it hasn't gotten to that point yet. But like she is definitely losing more and more faith in Penguin.
Yeah. And
But yeah.
and that's how they just exchange. And then we got like Sophia and Phoebe just talked about more. I poured like, even more cold water in him. I was like,
yeah, just basically trying to freeze him.
yeah.
We're starting to see snow in Gotham. I know this is something people are kind of excited for.
I just like, and then she just like talked, and then Johnny Phoebe just like, yeah, she was your mom, she was my cousin. I was like, I love her. I actually try to help her when she's about to escape from what the fuck, what's the Falco like Carmine.
Escape Carmine.
And then, but she the only reason that she doesn't do it, she doesn't commit to it because you and she loves you. Yeah.
Sometimes I wish she probably wish she didn't have you guys so that she could have just ran away, kind of a thing. Kind of like putting some of the blame on Sophia's existence.
And then Phoebe was like, "Oh yeah," and then Sophia was like, "Oh, you lied," and Phoebe was like, "No, I didn't lie. I was telling the truth."
What more do I have to lose?
Mm.
But yeah. So at this point, like Vidi's like, I wouldn't mind like supporting you to be the head of the family. It at least be what your mother would have wanted.
And then Sophia was like, "What the fuck? You are his underboss for years and you didn't do jack shit. You just all you did is help him. You love her so much you didn't do anything." It's just a lot of conflict, a lot of good conflicts and stuff. I love this.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Phoebe was like, "No, you need me now because of that." He didn't answer it. She just like, "Yeah, you need me. You want money. You want to be respected. I can help you with that."
You need men as well.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, there's no way he's actually telling the truth that she actually cares about her mom.
Yeah, that's gonna play a factor in a second. So Oz does he does leave with the goods, but it turns out that because of the chemical reaction, this is something that Sophia said earlier, is that if you change the if they're out of like temperature of like even a few degrees, like the plants will die and that kind of thing. That's why you got to be very careful with that kind of stuff. But in the sake of like trying to leave that and causing the fire and all this stuff, basically most of the bliss have died except for like 2 plants, and it's so Oz feels like it's been kind of a bit of a loss. A lot of bad things are happening. Next thing that happens, he gets a call from Maroney. Maroney is talking about how
I was like, he just
tried to kill me essentially.
and he was
He
like, I
escaped off
escaped from
screen.
he
Hmm?
got escape prison. I was like, what? Seriously? All you did is have the guard's key and you escape from prison. You don't have
Yeah,
to,
next time you have somebody try to kill me, don't let them have a guard's key.
It was like, okay, you still have to
Listen,
walk
I
out the.
never-
I felt.
Yeah.
It's like this guy has to, walk out of the prison cell, go through several guards, and hope that no one recognizes him before he can, escape from prison. Like having a key means jack shit so far.
And he somehow did it all while having a hole in his stomach as well.
Yeah,
Now, to be fair, he does have the money like Falcone.
But
Not as much money. I will just say that, to be fair.
If that's the case, I was like, why isn't he out of prison already?
So it does well. There's only so much you could do, but like it was like so it was a bit of a jump, I would say, yeah. And then I think like this is
That's
kind
the biggest quote unquote issue I have in the entire show. Like,
yeah, okay.
I would also think like because like people have talked about why is Batman not involved in these kinds of things because like there's like a gang war happening, but like the thing is like the gang war is happening in the rich homes, like, and a lot of this is like private for the most part, or it happens in Crown Point, which was said to be like kind of forgotten by a lot of Gotham and stuff like that. Or it's like a lot of these places are evacuated, so it's like it's not really that big of an impact. Plus, Gotham is big, can't be everywhere at once, kind of a thing.
yeah,
Makes
and
sense. But like
42% rise in crime.
Marone and 40% increase in crime as well. Post,
Yeah.
But I will say that like Maroney's escape, I feel like could be something to look into. But I will also say Maroney's escape plus the 40% crime increase everywhere else in Gotham. I'm not really sure what will take more precedence out of him.
Or
So it's like,
all the Falcone died, every one of them.
Yeah, but like even then, it's like a lot of that was like again in the rich homes or like farther away from like the rest of Gotham, kind of a thing. So it's like I don't think like I guess like my thing about it is like I feel like we're kind of used to seeing everything in Batman's point of view. That like now that we're thinking about like how can Batman react when something is happening somewhere else in Gotham when it's like a huge ass city. It's interesting. And I'm sure the second movie will like kind of like highlight things from the show. I would imagine that there's no way it wouldn't. But yeah.
Yeah, because the first movie have Batman like do stuff like saving a kid who gets beat up by a bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like okay, so how much does Batman know? That's my question.
Yeah. And like because like Matt Reeves just talked about like what is gonna happen, like an idea that's happening for the second film, like because of like Riddler's like whole thing, like being he pretty much did inspire people, but like he also inspired people like Riddler who took what he did as vengeance and like use it for bad, and like that kind of thing is like that's what Batman is being viewed as. There is like the other people in the film as well. People talk about like, oh, you showed hope to the citizens of Gotham, but he also showed somebody like Riddler can be influenced by him too for evil. And kind of gets him to think about what he's going to go through. I'm pretty excited for the second film.
Hopefully, more excited because the plan was good. The only problem is like the fucking writer. They got the writer from like Terminator 0 as a co-writer. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, good luck with that shit.
I'm gonna ignore you for that for now. But I've had this conversation with Unity before. I don't want to bring it up here. But In the meantime, this is where Mr. Krabs talks about your cooked.
I was like, no, you're cooked because
Huh?
no, I
Nice.
cook all the, and
Cooked,
then it's
huh?
like, yeah, I cook all the Krabby Patties.
Do me a favor, Sal. Call your wife. See if she answers.
Yep. And that's pretty much that. And then
And you
Sophia,
just call Fig. And you just call Fig to just get my mom out of here. Fuck it. Leave. Find a place safe.
right,
Immediately.
you're right. Yeah, get out of there. Now that Maroni's out, she's not safe at all. Gotta move her out. Yep.
Mhm.
And then this is like before the meeting with Kristen, Sophia's new crew. Julian comes back and he pretty much says like he's fallen in love with her.
Yeah.
And, he wants to take a part in like her rebrand with the family and all that stuff. I can fix you, kind of a thing.
Of course.
Well,
Yeah.
not really.
You can't fix.
To be
what's
fair, he's
perfect.
not saying you can't fix what's perfect. It's like that's pretty much what he's like as well.
Or it's like she was like, I can make her worse. That's basically the
Yeah. So and then she has a conversation about her mother, and then this leads into the bigger conversation when she's with Vidi's like new group of men and all this stuff about we're gonna rebrand instead of the Falcons, we're gonna be the Gigantes. So there's your other comic name. So yeah, she'll go to the Gigantes. She's like familiar with like how like men work for the rich people and all that stuff, saying different things that Vidi doesn't approve of, like that's not the Falcone way and all that stuff. But this is where she takes a gun and shoots Vidi in the head.
Yep. He's
I
outlived
want
his
to,
usefulness.
and I don't. Yeah,
go ahead.
he just like, yeah, I got everyone here now. Lol. I'm gonna be friends with Maroni's now.
Right.
And
So-
yeah, and she just throw a
Yeah,
bunch
she
of
wants
money.
to
Like,
end the
if you
war.
help me, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, oh, if you want to be here, I'll pay for. I'll give you money if you work for me.
Like usually, like all this money, like she has like a bucket of money essentially, and it's like all this money usually goes to us, and like you guys get like a fraction of it. You guys could just take it, and like go ahead, take it. And you know, it is something that like trying to empathize with the goons kind of a thing. Like, you know, you guys always get overlooked and all that stuff. Don't get the money that you guys would deserve for all the work that you help us to get. So that kind of thing. But yeah, that's kind of like what she's like. All like she's given like everything for loyalty essentially, and like that's appealing for her. I've also seen this clip trend a lot on Twitter as well, because like it's like, how could you're killing Vidi, the guy who got all these men here, and that's like such an idiotic thing to do. It's like Sophia still has the money anyway, and it's not like Vidi is like, he's not the guy. Like, yeah, he got all the men there in the first place, but he's not the guy.
Wait, is your mic really shit, or is it just me?
Hello?
Is your mic really shit, or is it just me?
I hear you
No,
fine.
your mic is like glitching.
Not on
Yeah,
my
your mic
end.
is like glitching and stuff.
Huh.
Weird.
It sounds fine to me.
I'm not sure. But yeah, basically all I was just saying is like they have a lot. I've just heard people talk about like, oh, you kill Vidi, the guy who hired all the men, and like she like kills him and they don't react at all, or they don't have any kind of a thing to say or anything like that. And it's like I don't really see why. Vidi's not really the guy. mean, yeah, he got the people there, but that doesn't make him the guy. Sophia still has all the money and all the power and all that, regardless of if Vidi is there or not. So I didn't really understand that take.
Yeah, neither.
Jesus.
Yeah. So now instead of the Falcons, they're the Gigantes. And
Does she go to Sal this episode, or is that the next one?
she does go to Maroni. Maroni is grieving in a safe house kind of a thing.
Oh, right. Yes, I remember.
Yeah, and she goes there. She kills some of his men that are out there as well. And but yeah, when she goes up there,
I've seen that get criticized. I kind of get it. It's probably like like they're like security. It's probably like a shoot on sight thing. I don't know like how much like she could be like, wait, I'm not here to hurt him. I'm here to team up with him. I don't know if she could have done that.
yeah, and the thing is like the benefit of the doubt is like it happened outside, and we were inside the room with Maroni, so we can't even see what happened outside to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
All hearing just that two bodies died, and that were Maroni's men. And then she comes inside the door. Yeah. So
Yeah, there's one here.
So yeah, So she's just. What happened to Unity?
Oh, huh.
1 second. I got a message. Let me just check with him.
Okay. I think you must have been having like some connection issues because he said your mic was bad, but you sounded fine to me.
Yeah. Yeah, he's having some technical problems.
Oh, damn.
But he's saying he's only hearing the two of us robot, but we sound fine. All right, he's back.
Yeah.
Let me just put you here. Okay.
Do we sound better?
Is it better?
I have no idea. Okay, let's just keep going, and now I have to restart my laptop or something.
Yeah, so basically, Maroni and Sophia do get an alliance. We must kill the penguin. And around this point, like, Penguin is off his rock. He's in a panic. Maroni escaped. Eve is like done with him because like you've said a lot of bullshit and you've made it through like a lot of you won through a lot of things, but this is kind of crazy. Maroni's gone. Falcones hate you. It seems like they're gonna team up and all that stuff. You guys, you're cooked. And so yeah, so he's not. So Oz is kind of like a low point at this point. And then, like during the episode, this is also where like Vic is like taking Francis out to Crown's Point where he used to live, hoping like pretty much
go into hiding
to take her into hiding because it's a place where he used to live, and it was like pretty much kind of forgotten by the rest of Gotham. That like he feels like Maroni and the Gigantes won't be able to find them there. Though there is a guy keeping an eye on him, and he'll be important for the next episode, I think.
Yeah, the guy from Fixed Flashback in episode 3.
Yeah.
Season.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he does. So Oz does make his way over to Crown's Point and goes to the location that Vic tells him to go to. And he has an argument with his mother as well, because they have to be hiding in a condemned apartment, basically putting her back in that life that she hated from before. Some flashback stuff we'll talk about in another episode. So during this conversation, essentially, he's talking to Vic, and Vic is like, I couldn't really think of anything else. It's like, no, you did good, man. It's like nobody would think to come here, kind of a thing. And then he talks about his childhood, like how he used to be in a place like this, and like with a view far away from Gotham, and like how he wanted to be above that, be on the top floor of the penthouse, and like oversee all of Gotham like that. Things like that. And then during this conversation, Penguin sees like a coin for an underground railroad, and gives him an idea that there is an abandoned underground railroad somewhere around this area, and he takes Vic there, and so this is also another important thing to mention, is that Crown's Point is like so forgotten to the point that there are people there, but like there's no electricity or anything like that. So no power to deal with. They try to run on generators, but like it always goes to shit. So that will be important for another episode as well. And yeah, he goes to the Underground Railroad, shows it to Vic, and he looks at a door. That'll be important later. And but he's saying like,
yeah, right. I forgot about that.
Right. I find it really funny because like some people's reactions were like, is that the door to the Batcave? Because it's also
Jesus
the Underground
Christ.
Railroad.
How many scenes is that? Jesus. I don't even get it.
We're like at the end of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and
Jesus.
shows and like what's good about a place like this? Warmer temperatures. What's that good for? Bliss. So we can grow our mushrooms in a better temperature, and we don't have to worry about any of those issues. So that will be their new base of operations to regrow the bliss. And that's how this episode ends. So Unity, you can talk about other stuff in this episode since you got cut off.
Jesus. I don't even know because I don't even know how much you actually talked about, because I was like, I don't even know what's happened to my end. It's like a lot of Wi-Fi problems. So yeah, I don't even know. It's like, I mean, you could have just said stuff you cover, right? So I was like, I don't even know.
You could talk about like the conversation Penguin and Vic had in the apartment.
Penguin and Vic has not really much.
Yeah.
Jesus. There's something I need to go back to that scene. I was like,
I kind of summarized it as well.
Give me a second. Good Lord, the Wi-Fi is so shit. And then you just like her mom. The Penguin just meet her mom. Was like the mom was like, "Oh, this is so shit. Get me back to a richer place."
Yeah. How dare you bring me back
to
like, reminding me of my past, kind of a thing.
Yeah, the Penguin's like, "Yeah, I felt like I let you down." I was like, "Yeah, that you shitty kid." I was like, and then I want to take care of you, but I hate you. But even though you don't really like me. And then, Jesus, oh my God! And then Maroney and like Sophia was like, Sophia found Maroney. I was like, you care about your family, makes you weak. And then Sophia was like, yeah, I kill my all of mine. Yes, I do, and and I feel very sorry about your family. I was like, and then I just want to propose an alias between both of us.
Right.
So we've been at war together. So now I just want you to allies with here. Great character development.
Yeah, we can team up, do some good.
Penguin.
Let's gut the Penguin.
Yeah. Jesus.
So yeah, that leads us to episode 6, Gold Summit.
And then, by the way, here's what the Penguin said. Okay, so Vic asks, by the way, what happened to your brothers? And the Penguin's like, the city took them. Just like it took your family.
Yep.
So basically what he feels is like, it's not
Right.
his fault. It's just, it's just like the city is bad and he kills them.
Yeah.
And he was
So,
too weak.
and not the full story. Something that we
Yeah.
come back to again in a later episode. Yeah, yeah. So Gold Summit. So I feel like there's a little bit of a time gap because at this point
Yeah.
there's a bit of a
You
there's
gotta
some
you
time
gotta
for
be like
the
what we're
empire
going.
to kind of grow in
Mhm.
Crown Point. They're able to pretty much reproduce and distribute bliss in the underground trolley. And Sophia and the Maronis have been trying to find out where is all the bliss coming from. Where is it like all of this like where is like Oz because they can't find him. And they have like managed to kill a lot of bliss dealers as like a warning. But so
No.
it's kind of like so this is kind of like because like Vic and Oz kind of do have this conversation like what if they find out it's like we're doing something that they don't understand the Maronis and the Gigantes like they're so worried about like money and like fame and like getting like taking off from like getting off of the from the poor that like they don't seem to understand the concept of like we can get people's loyalty for their hard work if we just pay them well, treat them well, and give them the respect that they deserve, kind of a thing. So, kind of explaining like why Penguin is like the better of these guys, like in terms of like understanding how to run a criminal organization, because he knows how to respect his people, unlike the rich ones. But yeah. So after the Maronis like killed a few bliss dealers, obviously his crew is like starting to get scared because like you said we'd be safe and they're killing us anyway. So Oz's plan is like, you know what? Let's just give it away for free. At that point, there's going to be so much demand across the gang territories that they can't really do anything because it's going to be everywhere at that point. That's so again, it's like there's a lot of examples of like how Penguin can like pivot out of something that seems to be like dire or like if he doesn't do anything soon, he's going to die or something like that. So it's really interesting how there's always like a response from Penguin on like what he could do next that can get people to get something to go on his side, essentially. Whether it gets some people killed or not, it is what it is.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Very nice. So yeah. And Vic has a little bit of his own arc going on in this episode. Like he's confronted by Squid, that drug dealer from his neighborhood, and he's seeing that Vic is like he's all bougie out. He's got a good outfit and stuff like that. He seems to have a lot of money, and he eventually gets he gets like the slip that he's working for Penguin, and he tries to just like let me go in and all this stuff. Just put a good word for me and all this. Yeah, I'll do that. And like this is something that Vic is trying to figure out. Like, how do I tell Penguin? Should we take him in? I don't know. He seems kind of risky. But like around the last episode too, like Penguin was kind of like talking about like all the bad things that he went through that day. That Vic felt like talking about the bad thing about Squid was like not really worth it to mention. It's like, is it going to be a problem? It's like, no. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And yeah, then the thing that happens with Squid later that happens later. So we'll get to that later. I'm not sure what are the sequence of orders that some things happen. I know his mother has like her dementia deteriorating like rapidly.
Yeah, that's like
That's late.
way earlier.
It's earlier.
Yeah, that's way earlier. After the electricity broke down, she's like, "Oh fuck, I'll find Rex to do that."
I'm talking about the bathtub scene.
Jesus, that's like afterwards. There's a lot of setup for that first, and then we skip over like the Sophia and Maroney scenes, like you chopping down, and they try to cover each other. He misses her wife.
Yeah.
You can get a sense of why would they want more of each other. And then Sophia and Maroney just check into the Penguin's apartment, just like find a bunch of shit. I was like, find anything to check, and then they just like, oh, and then Maroney is like, oh.
It's like, yeah.
Maroney is like, oh, my brothers, we can just use them. And Sophia was like, oh, they died young. So has their mom. So it's basically just like, yeah.
And he's like, you need to practice your swing. Gives him a golf club, and he just channels out his anger just to smash the desk and all this stuff. But while this is happening, then she goes into the Penguin's room and sees that there is a picture of Eve.
I thought it was like some singer. The black and white really doesn't really help much.
It is Eve. It is Eve.
It's Eve. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's why she was in her apartment later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because this picture is so shit, I thought it's like someone else.
Yeah. Right. So that was happening. We also talked about
and now that
they kind of like
the top scene.
Yeah. Oz goes back to check on his mother, and she's like in the bathtub, but like it's like really cold, so that means like she's been in there for like a long period of time, and she didn't realize. And
and
he helps her out.
She was, and she was like, "Oh, I'm dementia anymore. I want you to kill me afterwards. If I become like vegetables, if I lost all my dignity, I was like, I don't want to live. You have to help me die."
It's like, yep. Oh, you know what you're asking? It's like it's asking your own son. I didn't raise a pussy boy.
Yeah.
It's like you have to promise me that you'll kill me. So that's so yeah, I promise.
Of course he didn't promise that. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
That's.
I do understand, man. Dementia's.
Yeah.
It's a tough one. I always it always like hurts whenever you see that on screen. So this kind of gets Oz to a breaking point. Like, okay, so this whole power outage thing has been really bullshit. He's very upset, especially like his mom was in like cold water. They don't have hot water or anything like that. She's about to freeze to death. And then so he goes off to and finds a councilman.
Here's by the way, Fig and like Oz just have conversation. I was like, because Oz is like, because Fig just it's got followed by Squid, so he's like, yeah, I'm gonna tell about the Penguin about like Squid is happening to us, and the Penguin clearly just doesn't care about it, and he's like, I can't fix this shit. So it's like he clearly cares more about his mother than some people dealing with his operation, or at least he's too, or he's just like oh, I want to fix this stuff. Sorry, what did you just say? I can't hear you. Can you say it again? And he was like, yeah, I just want to help my mom. And how am I supposed to protect her if I can't fix electricity? And yeah, and now he's like, and now
Vic
like also like,
go ahead.
Yeah, and then also it's like, oh, Fig, do you have a problem now? And Fig was like, nah, it's fine. Because he just realized, yeah, he has too much on his hands. and he has his own shit, and he has to prove himself that he can also deal with his own shit without Oz's help.
Yeah, and this is kind of like what leads into, if you're not going to be able to fix the problem like that, let's take it up to the higher ups, and that's where he goes to the higher point of Gotham, finds a corrupt councilman, and pretty much he pretty much puts like a
He puts like pliers to his nose.
pliers to his nose and is like, just rip it off right now. It's like, and the threat is like, if you don't put electricity or and if
You have to get the power back on in Crown Point.
people in Crown's Point, they're freezing and starving out there. No electricity, not able to function out there. If you don't turn it back on, I'll just rip your nose out. It's like, all right, I'll do it. And then eventually, not right away, but like the electricity does go back to Crown's Point, and that's like a very big accomplishment. But we'll get to that. And then in the meantime, he also uses this time to like set a meeting with the heads of the other gangs, and he brings out like a bunch of beers essentially, and like how he has his own speech talking about, and like everybody's like, why should we listen to the Penguin? He doesn't care about us. He'll just like waddle his way out of here, kind of a thing. And it's true. What people say about me, it happens. But like at the same time, it's like I still like what we have here is like I understand that the people up there, they don't care about us down here. They don't understand like what is it that we go through, what we do for them. And if you guys like try to overtake me for like the like bliss control, what difference does that make? The people up there, they're gonna just kill you guys and then take what's yours, and they don't even know your fucking name. It's like there were some lines in there. There were some lines in there. They don't even know your fucking name.
Oh god, man, there's so much shit to skip.
Go ahead, Unity.
So there's a lot of scenes before. Okay, there's a scene beforehand. I was like, yeah, basically just Sophia just goes around, and then Astor's like, where the fuck is Eve? And then Roxy was like, yeah, I can give you Eve, just give me money. And then that's the scene afterwards, just like Penguin just finds that corrupt politician. It's like, get the electricity. Everyone's
what's going on
low.
is like what I think is going on is that I'm looking at the Wikipedia, and the Wikipedia does have these things, but they just do the sentence like in the order of like what happens for that scene, and then it goes to the next scene, even if they're not in the order of the episode. Just to be fair.
I was watching the episode right now. So I was so confused. I was like, wait, what is that scene? I was like, did you skip like 20 scenes before afterwards?
No.
I was like, oh.
Yeah, I'm just reading
that's like
Wikipedia.
That's why I was so confused. I was like, wait, what scene are we in now?
Sophia does visit Eve, threatening to kill her.
And after that it's like the squid and fix scene. Oh my god, this is gonna be insane. Do you mind me to just follow you what scenes afterwards?
Okay, go ahead.
So Fick tries to pay Squid off. It's fine. We just Squid was like, nah, you fucking idiot. You thought I'm stupid. I want a piece of it. I don't want you to just pay me off.
I want to work with the Penguin.
And he was like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. And then he just shot Squid. Fick was clearly just like, ow, I don't want to kill you. Why do you make me do this? So basically, he started slowly turning into the Penguin. It's like, it's your fault instead of taking responsibility and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he just runs away.
Going down the darker path.
And now we got the Sophia and Eve scene. So Eve at the start was like, hey, even though you have a gun at me, just come on in. It's fine. It's like, oh, you didn't notice me?
You're too calm. Why?
Pretty much.
What's the point?
I was like, you're not surprised to see me? I was like, yeah, I told Roxy to come here because save us both a headache
You
and
paid
also
her
make money.
a lot of money, so that way somebody's getting paid out of this. So
Yep.
yeah,
And then Eve was like, "Yeah, do you want a drink?" And Sophia was like, just straight off topic, "Where the fuck is he?" And Eve was like, "Yeah, he never told me. He never told someone like me." And you know also as well as I do. Yeah, a lot of good dialogues here. And she just slowly walks back to the living room after getting herself a drink. And I was like, and she was like, "Oh, what the fuck is dressed up like this? Is this for you or the clients?" She was like, "Yeah, depending on the situation."
has Oz ever seen you like this? Once, didn't like it.
He doesn't like it.
Yeah, the boring version. And so Sophia was like, "What does he like?" And he was like, "He's not that complicated. He just he's just a guy." Okay, so he's he's like this destined for greatness, stuff like that. He's just so this is what this is actually what Sophia said. The best you ever had, destined for greatness. I used to and stuff like that. And she was like, "Yeah, I used to lie to men like this,
Yeah.
but you don't have to anymore." That's what Eve respond. You have the power now. Basically, it's like, "Yeah, I know you have the gun. You don't have to listen to us, but I'm so you can make your own choices after you kill your entire family." Oh, she doesn't know she killed the entire family, but still. And Sophia just said, "You are good at telling people what they want to hear." It's like compliment. Like, how is Eve so good when it comes to making alibis? And how does she make us happy? It was like, yeah, you just tell him what they want. That's like compliment. And Sophia was like, "Oh, right, I can relate to that. That's what I do beforehand as well, until they break me." And then Sophia was like, "Yeah, you have a drawer at his place. You mean something to him." And like Eve was like, "Yeah, he won't come to me. If that's your plan, yeah, he won't come here." And like, what is it then? He pays you, and Sophia's like, "You pays you. It's can't be for love. It can't be for love." And Eve was like, "You're born into that opportunity. You must be nice, so you can afford to think in black and white."
Yeah.
And what I got with us, it ain't just one thing. I know what he is. It's like this style. A liar, narcissist. It's a little killer. Yeah. And yeah. But we all got our shit, don't we? I mean, you certainly got yours. But Nancy Hoffman, okay, the names of those people who got killed. Yolanda Jones. Those one meant
Right.
nothing to you. You still, and Sophia's like, "You still think I'm the hangman?" He never told you. I was like, actually, he's like, my father is the one who killed those women. Killed
And
my
Oz,
mother. And
yeah.
also know about that. He has always know. So that basically, and that causes Eve to be like, "Oh, what the fuck? Oh, fuck."
So as she walks
So
out,
Sophia said, "Yeah," and Sophia's
Eve.
like, "Oh, so he helped my dad to kill those women. He let me rot in Arkham. Kept you in the
Which
dark about
is
all that, huh?"
which is not entirely like that's something we don't really know for sure. Like if he actually did know that, it's tough to say though, based on like what we were talking about earlier in the flashback. Like, does he actually know that Carmine did all those kills and all this stuff? It was in the Iceberg Lounge, so there's that. But yeah, but it's not really corroborated, and I don't think that's really the point. It is still like enough information to get Eve to like, okay. Either way, even if Oz knew about it or not, it was still like some responsibility of getting my friends killed that
Yeah.
she does eventually give the address of like where was he located at Crown's
And
Point.
it's like this is like one of my favorite scenes of the entire show, by the way. And Sophia was like, "Wow, he would work for a man that murdered your friend." It was like because he's just trying to challenge. Like Eve was like, "Why the fuck do you even try to protect her? It's better for him. I also would never risk that. It's better for him. Listen, if you fear me." And Eve said he felt bad for you that you were sick. Sophia was like, if that were true, you would have been dead at the door.
Yeah.
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 And then Eve was like, "But you did come here to kill me, right?" I was like, she just sat down and said, "I mean, after all, it's said and done. You just got to kill me." Sophia, and then it's a lot of great. Sophia was like, "You are his alibi. You know about this." And Eve was like, "Yeah, I don't know that at first, but yeah, after later on, yeah, basically." And so Eve, and then Sophia's like trying to almost killing, almost got killed Eve. And Eve was like, "So after you're done here, just leave my girls alone, okay?" So basically, after when she's dead, I was like, "Just don't. I just want to protect all of the people I care about." And that's what. And Sophia's like, "What is that? Why you actually come here just to save them from the hangman?" Eve was like, "But that's not who you are, right?" Sophia was like, "Yeah." It's like Sophia just looks
You got a
down.
point.
Eve, yeah, you got a point. Sophia's like, "Your people protected you. They wouldn't give you up." And Eve was like, "Cuts both ways. They got you. They got my back. I got theirs." And then it just gives like, and then Eve basically just tell her, it's like, how do you gain people respect? Not just by helping. You have to help other people so they can help you.
Mhm.
And then this is like, oh, and then Sophia just basically just lets her go. Sophia, and before that, she said, "Well, whatever I was born into." Oh God, the dialogue is so. I will never have that. Basically, she was like, I'm not gonna be like the other Falcons. I'm gonna let you go because you're also an innocent victim, like to a degree.
Yeah, it's also
And
like in the sense that
and
like she has nothing to lose. It's all for her friends to just be alive and fine, and they don't deserve anything that goes to them.
Mhm.
yeah, and
She was
this.
almost in Secret Invasion.
Oh yeah, fuck, she's not.
Oh, really?
Carmen
Yeah,
was supposed to play Fury's
Nick
wife
Fury's
in
wife.
Huh.
Secret Invasion, but she was filming Penguin, and it
Oh,
was
wow.
and also because like Secret Invasion was doing so many delays and so many reshoots that like it got to a point where like, yeah, fuck it, I'm not gonna do that. So yeah.
And yeah, Eve was like, oh, because this triggers her sympathy so much. It's like, yeah, because I understand your perspective that you got framed by everyone, that you are not the hangman. It was like, yeah, I'm gonna tell you about Oscar's location, which you point out that he lied up to you about everything. It was like, yeah, he's in Crown Point by the zoo.
Yeah, that and like the other thing too is like even if Sophia does kill her, it's like what does that really do? Because like Oz doesn't care enough to like be here, like to save her, to rescue her, or anything like that. He's just gonna continue to be who he is, with or without Eve. So it's like even if I kill Eve, like she just has nothing to lose to the point where like if I do that, what do I get out of her being killed? Oz doesn't it doesn't hurt Oz in any way. And obviously there's gonna be more pieces for Oz, like in terms of like how she learns more about who he was as a kid and all this stuff, especially in the later episodes. But I can at least see like the line of thinking like what does Sophia gain of killing Eve? Nothing really. And I think that's like, kind of like what makes the scene really good in that sense too. It's like because I always feel
Yeah,
like sometimes people talk about villains and like, oh, it's like you hear these like monologues and these kind of sappy things or things like that, and then you question like why didn't they just kill them? But it's like that's not really
yeah,
who Sophia is.
pretty much. And the scene ends with like Eve just like you deserve your shots, but where you got the information, Sophia was like, yeah, I'm not. It will stay between us. She just gained respect from her and mutual respect. That's basically how it works. That's what she learned in that scene. It's a lot. It's like a lot of development for Eve and Sophia, and this is like the second last season for Eve for the entire show.
And she's like not even a main character.
Yeah, it's insane. That we got a lot of the motivation from Eve in this one scene. And it's like
I know it's like strange to put, but like but people do kind of talk about it sometimes. Like it's a lot, and she is playing a sex worker character, so you can definitely put a lot of characterization to any kind of character if you put the mind and effort into it. So, you don't have to overestimate some characters. You can always work with them, regardless of their occupations.
No, tell people what. Sorry, tell people watch short films.
Oh my god,
it's really cold here. Sorry.
Yeah.
So tell people to watch like 3-minute short films online. I was like, tell them, okay, I mean good ones instead of like shit ones. And tell them understand characterization from those. I was like, you can do a lot when it comes to character and stuff like minor or just how much screen time, just how you use the time.
Right.
And the penguin is like, yeah, he just tell him just give stuff to Crown Point. And then she met Fake. The penguin asked, like, you good? And Fake was like, Fake doesn't respond. And the penguin just like slowly just like, oh, did you get out clean? Fake was like, yeah, I think so.
Good. You did good.
It's like you did the right thing.
Protect those you care about. It gets easier the more you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he just will tell her just go home tonight, get some rest, protect my mom. Or you gotta be a part of water tomorrow. I'm gonna need you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And next scene is just like.
That's where he talks about to the gang leaders.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it essentially, like because like all the gang leaders are kind of, why are we even trying to listen to Oz? All this stuff is happening, people are dying. The shipment is kind of like out there. We should just kill Oz right here and all that. So you know what, you could do what you want, but like at the end of the day, like we're not. Like whatever you do here is like it's not going to matter. The people up there are always going to like look down at us. They don't even know your fucking names. So it's like
yeah.
But like if we work like as like a group, we can always we can take what we deserve. We put all that work, we put all that stuff. We're the ones who get all these like things for them, and they get all the money, and they don't, and we get like a fraction of it. Like some inspiring things that eventually each like person does like get like open their beers to drink on that.
Yeah, so that's basically it.
Uh-huh.
Oh God, it's getting cold here for some reason.
I'm gonna try to speed a little bit.
Yeah.
So around this point, they go back. Vic goes back to Francis, and all of a sudden, there's a lot of power. The electricity's on, so whatever Oz did, it worked. And Francis is like first, scared, obviously, because she was just woken up from a sleep, and now there's such loud music everywhere. And but then heard that the song is like nice. She knows the song. She has a little bit of dementia where she thinks Vic is Benny, and has to dance with him. You know the dance. And they're having a little bit of fun, and then in comes Sophia. with
Red Hood reference.
what the, Jason Todd reference.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, with a crowbar. So yeah, and that's how Gold Summit ends.
Pretty much.
And that leads us to Top Hat. We're gonna go a little bit quicker, just for the sake of the conversation.
We could just summarize the entire flashback. So basically,
So this is
it's fine.
so this is where you see a lot of the flashback of Oz and his two brothers that we've heard a lot about.
Yeah.
We haven't really understood what exactly is it that's going on. So Oz loves his mother, of course, makes sense, as all do, but he's not a big fan of when she has to share that attention to her brothers, too. So, and then you see that his oldest brother, he actually does work for a local gangster, Rex Calabrese or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
who
played by
I
the
was
guy
just talking
from
about in the
like.
first episode.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's the played by a guy from like what is it called? Like from Martin Scorsese movies.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And he's just like Benny, the older. I'm not sure which one is the older one, but like the oldest one, he's like
Jack,
not-
I think, is the oldest one.
I think it's Jack. Yeah. So he's working with him, but he's not very proud of it. Like he knows like he just needs the money. Like their mom deserves all the money. Get the best that they can. Their landlords are just screwing them over and all this stuff. And that's why he's doing it. But he's not in the criminal world because he likes it. He does just doing it because he needs the money, essentially, like that. But you can see that Oz, when he looks at Rex, he does have a little bit of more this is really cool kind of a thing to him. But that becomes a little bit more relevant later. When they were going on their way, it starts to, well, they go into the underground tunnels. There's that door again from the last two episodes. And then you see they just want to play hide and seek. Basically, it's like you gotta shine the flashlight. It has to hit the other brother, and that person will be it. So Oz was it, but he has like the limp, so he can't really walk properly. So his two brothers, they ended up going down the door and into the sewer, and he's trying to get them, but like it's not working. So he's like, you have to come down here to get it. Oz tries to go down the ladder, but like he trips, like almost falls. It's like he's so angry at them that like he's like, you know what, fuck you guys, I'm going home, kind of a thing. And even in that anger, even though it's his brothers, he still chooses to lock the door. He locks the door, and it's raining. It's raining out there, and he's home.
Yeah.
It's with the
To
mom.
be honest, in his point of view, he doesn't. In his point of view, he doesn't even lock the door. He just slammed the door. He doesn't even like do any locking stuff.
No, like it's essentially locked on its own.
Yeah,
So,
like you
really?
close it, it locks.
Yeah,
Really, that's what the fuck. This is how it's designed in real life.
I think he did lock the door.
No, he just slammed the door. That's it. So all I can think of is like he just slammed the door. I was watching the scene right now. So I have the contact. He just slammed the door.
Yeah, but it's like locked on the other side.
Wait, yeah, I guess yeah, maybe then.
Because
Then,
like
yeah,
eventually because you do hear like it's raining, it's like pouring and all that stuff. The old man is snoring, and then the mom's like, "Oh, where did they go?" It's like, "Oh, they went to the movie. Which movie? Beetlejuice." So there you go.
This year's like what 35 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, huh?
Yeah.
So yeah, Penguin's like about 40 in this one, 50.
1988. This year's 1988. So yeah.
Yeah, I think this takes place in 2024. Should be, or 2022. Whatever year the Batman is
It's
in.
like it's like a few weeks after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, on like the graves, the stones for like what Sophia's looking at in episode 2. It says 2022 for
Oh, Alberto's.
Corp.
Yeah, then
Yeah.
it's 2022. But yeah,
Yeah.
what do you call it? So, but he's just saying that they're out there. They'll be fine. They're at the movies. It's raining really hard though. It's like I hope they come home safe. Yeah, but they'll be fine. So not telling the truth. Where the brothers are, and occasionally he looks out in the window, but he doesn't care.
You see
The brothers
the
are
symbolism. You see like the glass on the window filling up.
yeah, and then like you see that the tunnel is starting to flood,
Mhm.
and the brothers are banging on the door like, "Help! Get us out! Get us out!" And then
And then it just indicates with the dance move from some sitcoms.
mm-hmm.
And they're
It's like-
showing Fred Astaire tap dancing.
Fred Astaire tap dancing. Yeah.
Yeah, from like from like if you guys know like putting on the wrist that song.
Mhm.
Fred Astaire. Fucking hell.
But yeah, it gets to a point where they drown. So yeah, and then it cuts to the present. Oz returns to the apartment, and he finds an
Wait, don't
injured.
we have? Or is that later?
Hmm?
Does the flashback continues later then?
Yeah, it continues later.
Okay.
Yeah. Oz goes back to the apartment. He finds Vic is injured. The mom is nowhere to be
His mom's
seen.
gone.
He's trying to get Vic to say where did she go. She said Sophia was here and captured Prentice. Then all of a sudden the Maroni is here. And he tells Vic, "All right, you just get out of here
Opens
and
up the window.
like,
Tells him to get everybody.
get everybody. Looks like a war is about to happen." Maroni, he goes upstairs and he uses this time to just beat Penguin with the golf club. I never really cared for the sport, but this is fun. Wait a minute. I hate golf. I'm telling you, there's a Mr. Krabs reference everywhere.
Yes. Yeah, I don't even.
Let's see what's
And he was
what
like,
else.
"Oh, are you sad? Let me play you the world's smallest guitar violin."
Violin.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's happening. Maroni's doing what he can. Sophia does call Maroni later, but like first it does cut to Francis and Sophia having a conversation. And Sophia, I know there's like really great dialogue, but I feel like we do kind of need to rush a little bit. But before we do that, hi Rangi. Thank you for the happy 50th.
Hello.
I wish I
Yeah.
had been on, but I didn't watch Best Episode 3, the show Best Episode 3. But I just finished on my own stream. Very good.
Nice, that's good.
Nice.
We do highly recommend to continue the show if you can.
Yes. Very nice.
So yeah.
Good.
But like
So-
basically Sophia is trying to understand the mother of Penguin. And like, it's like apparently he tells you a lot of things, like a lot about our family, about what we do, how he did these types of things and all this stuff. It seems like a lot is being said. Frances is not really giving any shit. She's holding her own. Go fuck yourself. Things like that.
It's like when my boy puts a bulb between your eyes, I'll be dancing on your grave.
Yeah, and so, but then it gets to a point where that love Francis, but like it gets to a point where that toughness goes away once her dementia kicks in, and she's seeing her two sons, and she's just talking about I could have saved them, and all that stuff. And then she goes to a window. It's treating like it's raining. It's like pouring all that day, even though it's sunny outside. Sophia is just asked, like, who do you think you're talking to? she thinks that she's talking to the officer, like the police officer, from that day. But then, like, when she's trying to put a hand of comfort for Sophia, then Francis gets out of it and spits on her face.
Slaps her.
Oh, slaps her. Yeah, that's the yeah. The spit was someone else.
No, that's like afterwards.
That's the episode 8, right? Yeah, she slaps her. You know, her guy's like, want me to do something? No, it's fine, it's fine.
And then so Sophia just tells like Julia, I was like, you're a psychologist. Get info.
Get info out of her, and he's saying like, all right. In the meantime, you should probably talk to Gia. Apparently, she said she saw something, and it might leak out that you were involved or stuff like that. So we gotta. If we gotta
I
kill her,
will be right back.
yeah, good. It's like we gotta kill her. We gotta kill her. It's like obviously not literally, but like, yeah. But that's kind of the idea. Julian is kind of like fully on board of killing a 6-year-old. So there's that. But yeah, so that's kind of like where Sophia gets sidetracked for a little bit. She also gets a phone call from Maroney himself saying that he has access to Oz. She's very happy about that news. He says, just you don't kill him yet because we need to see him suffer and be tortured, and then he'll finally get his piece of death. I mean, I know like that's like a stereotypical villain thing, but like that makes sense too. He kind of deserves it. What else?
And then it's like this is like the Moroni and Oz scene. They got him underground. It's like, you work for me now.
Yeah.
Everyone. Yeah. And she was like, oh, you got everything. And because Oz, has some backup plans just in case. Also, Oz just taunts him. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna kill you afterwards, after we do everything.
Yeah, so he's just basically like, you guys work for me now. This whole operation is mine. You'll work under the Maronis, and that is that.
And then I was just like, fuck your wife. Your wife sucks. I feel her burning like a crespo, yo.
Was she wearing like hairspray or something? Because like the way she exploded was like so quick, and like it's like it didn't make sense to me. It's like usually hair doesn't smell like that when it burns, but for your wife, like goddamn. So just egging him on about it's to a point where it makes him lose his cool, and in the meantime, that's where somebody gets shot, and then there's a gun war going on around, and then these two fights.
Yeah, and it's a lot of just brawling, and at the end, just Mr. Crab just have a heart attack from his tiny little crab heart, and died.
Well, these claws ain't for just attracting mates. So
yeah,
bring it on, old man. Bring it on.
And then I was like,
yeah, it's like it's a little anticlimactic, which is something Oz says as well. Like, after all that, such a big man from you, and that's all it takes. Man.
Yeah, this guy was like, what?
I beat you.
100
I
years.
beat you. You got that. Parallel from the Batman. I got you.
I don't.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's clear that also it's like, dude, I want to kill you myself.
Yeah, and it's like this is something that Operation would understand. It's like there's like the like how he's like taunting over Maroney's dead body is like it's like in line with like the Arkham death scenes. Like whenever if you like die in Arkham games, like they have the villain like stand over your body and like talk shit. I just found that right. I found that neat Easter egg. And then he basically takes a gun and like puts all the bullets into
yeah, and that's
I guess
fair.
it would be. It is a little anticlimactic, I would say. I do understand that, but like, it's also kind of fair. He's really old.
Yeah, he's like it's like 1,000 years old now. However, a crab's age is.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, don't
yeah,
worry. He's like I win. He took his ring. I was like, yeah, I win. I killed your boss.
yeah. And that ring has been everywhere. It's
I was like, everyone get around. We beat them. Now we can just his man. You work for me now because you did the right thing. I'm proud of you. There's a storm coming. And afterwards, Sophia visits the hospital because Julian just told her, was like, yeah, the girl,
Gio
the
is
kid,
gonna say something.
yeah, Gia found a gas mask. So Sophia just walks to her. Was like, I know that your dog, and she was just like, what do you see?
A
And it was like,
mask.
in your back, did you kill them? Did my mom and dad died? Now what do you think? That I would do something like this? I was like, and then of course this is a little kid, so she can't have any comprehension skills. So
But
Sophia was like, I
eventually,
love you, dad.
yeah, I love
Yeah.
them. I
No, and that
respect
was
them.
nobody's fault.
It's nobody's fault. And then it gets to a point like where the conversation is ending, and because before like giving her a hug, she sees that Gia has scratch marks on her hands, and it's like, did you do this to yourself? And that triggers everything for Sophia because like obviously that's self harm and all that stuff. Don't want to go too much into that, but like yeah, so she's essentially this is where like Sophia's like stops the facade of like, all right, I'm not. Yeah, I killed your parents. I killed all the Falcons, and like, but I don't want you to hurt yourself. I want you to go to a loving family, and you just go live your life the way that you deserve. Because like I've had all this shit happen to me, and you don't deserve this at all. And the reason why they're dead is so that you can be free and you can do what you want to do, and you don't have to do that. So please don't hurt yourself. Don't do anything stupid like that. That kind of thing. So it's kind of going back to Sophia's like, yeah, like she'll be that criminal boss, like Gigante kind of a thing, but then the second there's some kind of injustice or something really serious going on, she's gonna say
No,
what
she just
she actually feels.
no, it's like it's a scene like before of Eve. It's like, yeah, you see the world black and white, and then she just start to experience like things like yeah, you do something that's clear justice for you, but you did harm to others, which is actually parallel to real life. But yeah, it was like, so she's basically just facing a consequence of her actions. I was like, and this is gonna drive her to even nuts.
Also, man, I honestly like just thinking about it. It's like, man, they really got away with putting like a 6-year-old with scratches on her hand like that. Like, I'm not saying like obviously there's like a mature rating for the show, but like, damn,
Back.
Yeah,
they really
They
got to they did got to show something like that. Like, even though it's like it's not like they didn't show her actually doing it on screen, but like the concept of like self harm on a 6-year-old is like kind of crazy.
yeah.
Oh, with Gia, we see the cut, like the scars on her
Yeah,
arm. Yeah,
yeah,
that's, whew.
because we were talking
Remember,
about like, yeah, go ahead.
remember, this is HBO. This is not fucking Disney. They're not that.
Mhm.
They're not pussies.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just like because like we were saying like you know Sophia was doing like the whole Gigante thing. It's like I was like, oh, don't. I didn't do that. You saw the gas mask, but like that's not what it was. All right, I loved her parents and all that stuff. But once she sees the scratch marks on Gia's hands, like she had just had to break that character and just like, yeah, I did kill your parents because they were bad people. I killed all the Falcons because they're bad people. The reason why
She
you're
doesn't
alive
say
is
it technically, but it's
yeah,
like
yeah. So it's like
Well,
you deserve to live
it's
in a
like
loving family that actually cares about you because like they
and
were
she's like,
not going to do
yeah,
that.
she's a character that's like broken by this
don't be
family,
upset over them,
and she
basically.
just wants revenge, and now she just wants the power to just control love, to just make things as right as she can as a criminal. you know, she still have like, you know, the little girl reflects her as a real life, like the innocence she used to have, and like how she feels when her mom died. It's a
Yeah,
lot
man.
of, yeah, she has a lot of great writing.
And then we also had to say the joke as well, like, well, these claws ain't for just attracting mates. Bring it on, old man. Bring it on with Maroni and Penguin.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like, how the fuck is he always? I don't get it. It's like this guy is a great actor, and he voiced Mr. Krabs. Holy shit.
Yeah, he also it's good to have him back after like voicing Surtur and did nothing with that. Thor Ragnarok.
To be fair, I don't really care. So it's like it's just it's the voice, and he's also in like, you know, Daredevil, the Flash show. But like he played like some general who hates the
Played in-
Flash.
And then there's
He
Lex
was an
Luthor.
evil general in both.
Yeah, evil general guy. That's his character. He just hates some guy, and he's also in the Mandalorian for some reason.
Yeah, so Rush and Francis are just having their conversations just to see like what are some of Oz's weaknesses that they could use to exploit. He's using that red light thing as well, just to try to get into her head, things like that.
And Sophia was like, because Maroni died, so Penguin just called her like, "Give me my mom, you fucking idiot," something like this.
Yeah. And Sophia's just so actually before that happens, Sophia just break down crying first, like after like seeing Gia cut herself from previous time, not currently. But like, you know, clearly upset about that. But then she gets a phone call from Penguin who says that Maroni is dead. And now he has all the power, he has all the control, he has the bliss and everything like that. There really is nothing to do. Just surrender the Gigante to us and you're free to go. Like no more death, no more suffering and all this stuff. And she goes back home. And then so this is something that she actually did consider, like maybe I should just give the keys to Oz and let him just run Gotham and all that stuff. And all this. I really don't see any purpose of me staying here in Gotham, kind of a thing. But then Rush actually is like, no, why don't you? That's not what you want, right? No, it's like she wants to see him. She just wants to see Oz suffer. It's like she doesn't really care about the control of Gotham at this point. She just wants Oz to suffer like she had. So yeah, so Rush technically is the one that continues that thing when you was thinking about quitting. So it's a
Yeah.
little bit of a difference. We usually see the man fold because of a woman, so the woman folds because of a man. Oh, we didn't talk about the fact that there was this whole bondage scene.
Yeah,
Yeah, like Rush is like tied up with on the chair. It's like with a belt on his wrist. It's like the camera shots were crazy.
yeah.
Oh,
They
I
got
was
up to
like,
some freaky stuff.
I was like, oh, but you can't I just see a titty? It's like, no.
It's R rated. Like, what are we doing? Technically, we did see titties in episode 1, but like, not what we were looking for.
Yeah.
But yeah, get yourself cleaned up, that kind of thing. So yeah,
And next,
but yeah. So she does like essentially take Russia's like word, and
Okay.
that's
And
kind
they
of like
just
where they do the trade ish kind of thing.
so Sophia has a car. Actually, I don't know how the car just drive on its own. The funny thing is, oh no, the car no. There's a guy controlling the car. He just runs away afterwards.
Yeah, there was a driver.
There was
Yeah,
a driver. He
I
opens the door,
always
runs
thought
back.
the car just drive on its own for some reason.
Yeah. No, because like Penguin is scared. Like, what is a car doing here? Like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? What is this?
And
And
that's a tense phone call. It's like, you think you know what I want? The same game. It's like, I guess this game was made for men like you, like my father. Same winners, same losers. It's why everyone expected me to die in Arkham because I'm a woman. No one even considered that I might learn something there. And then it turns out that Sophia's in a different car, not this car.
yeah,
And I was,
and he's going very slow because he's afraid what to see in the back trunk because
and
he
to,
thinks something. He thinks it's his mom.
to be honest, when I saw this thing, I was like, that's a bomb. It's like, it's not even a surprise for me.
Yeah, and so he eventually does see the bomb. You probably have like a few seconds to get out anyway.
No, I mean the surprising thing is I just noticed like instead of the penguin like bomb, get out, she just runs out on its own. He clearly just doesn't care about his man more than his own life.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the main thing though is because like the only way he got out is because he knows about that secret door, where his brothers died. And that's basically the bomb. So like other people start to go over. Oz has started running away. He is a cripple, to be fair, so he kind of has to take a early lead. But he still could have said there was a bomb, but he's not going to do that.
It was like bomb. All you need to say is bomb. Done. That's the only one you need to say.
Hey,
bomb.
man. Hey man, the kingpin's got to do what the kingpin's got to do. And so yeah, he goes to that secret door because he's the only one who knows about it. And the bomb goes off. He falls down, and there's the whole explosion that's happening in Crown Point. You can see a little bit on the outside, and that's how this episode ends.
No, you missed the flashback.
Which part?
The end part. Young penguin, young Oz. Met her mom dressing like beautiful uniforms, and just like, hey, get dressed. I'm gonna get you. We're going out tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the dance scene, yeah.
Yeah, that one.
You're right.
So basically, in the dance, she's like, I deserve to be happy. You promised me, make me the happiest woman ever. Okay.
Yeah, and like the funny thing is like these things do get recontextualized in the next episode itself.
Yeah. So it's so good, man. It's like in this episode, you can tell that the implication is like, oh, because her son died, her mom have to use it as a coping mechanism, and so he needs him to get rich for her.
Yeah,
and Oz just made a promise for that.
And honestly, all credit to the Ryder Allen, man. The kid is he's literally like the young version of Penguin. Like he does such a great job.
No, he doesn't even talk like him in real life. He actually he sounds really innocent if you see him like other videos, and when he talks like he he sounds like fucking Colin Firth in this ugly makeup.
Yeah, it's like that fake Italian accent. So like, I like the attention to detail, but yeah, he does such an amazing job. And this next episode too is it kind of recontextualizes things because he has to speak a little bit more mature, and that's kind of where we kind of get into. So the last episode. Oh wait, no. Before that, it does. Before that ends, the bomb happens. Oz gets out. He wakes up and gets out. Pretty much everybody's dead. The entire crew is dead. He gets out of the surface. He's walking slowly, and there's this. We talked about Detective Ervod in the second episode, something like that. He goes and hits Oz in the head, and not so that he can take him to Sophia. And yeah, so that's how the episode ends. And then leading into the next episode, A Great or Little Thing.
Yeah, and then you just got a lot of flashbacks, but instead of
It's a
being
lot
played
of
by the young actress, she's played by Detra.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Emily Mead.
Emily Mead. Yeah, it's not played by Emily Mead. It's played by the Detra O'Connor or something.
Yeah, the actual actress just aged down. So there's a few things that happen. There's a conversation. So it's a mix of conversations with Francis and everybody in the group, and then like some flashbacks of Francis with Rex. Like she's having the conversation with Rex. Rex is like talking about making a big funeral for the two boys that died, and he's
Yeah,
like, I don't really care about people sympathizing with me and my dead boys and all that stuff. All I really like. Then she pulls out a flashlight and found that Oz was with her. She knew that Oz was with his brothers and knew that they were locked down there and that they were drowning in there. And he lied to her face about it. And she's
Yeah.
even had like contemplations of, and like Rex has even said, like, even with all this, like, even with all this, like, there's like two ways to go about somebody like Oz. Like Oz clearly seems to have no remorse for having his brothers be killed. But like there's a way you could do that. Like there's some who feel like they need a father figure and that's why they work for Rex because like he can give that to them. But since Oz doesn't seem to be the kind of kid who needs a father figure because he loves his mother so much. But then there's the other option, like could kill him. It's like you're asking me to kill my own son. And Rex doesn't say anything, but Francis does have a like thinking about it kind of a thing. And there's like
yeah,
a few things here and there. It kind of cuts in between with like what's happening in the scene and what's happening over there. There's the EMDR therapy, the red light thing, basically, where basically they kind of get the idea that there's some more conversations in the ballroom scene with young Oz and young Francis at this point, and it's essentially so like, oh, Rex is here. Yeah, he's gonna take you out back. Not in those words, but like, he's gonna take you in a car and take you home, basically kind of thing. To expect if that were to happen. Oz starts talking about like different things, like he has expectations, different things that he, like he cares about his mother and he's gonna do everything he can for her, and all that stuff. Essentially kind of talking his way into uh being like, I'm gonna do what you deserve. You deserve the world. You deserve the highest penthouse view of Gotham and all this stuff, things like that. So basically, he's pretty much is like a young. He kind of has like this whole penguin persona down, even at this age.
Walking his way to being killed even back then.
Yeah, yeah, he's been doing this for a long time, and this is kind of like where. So there is some intercutting of like the past and the present, just to show, like, for the sake of the audience, that Francis is relaying the information to everybody else that this is what happened, and this is like, I knew that Oz killed his brothers and stuff like that, and essentially that kind of leads into like the confrontation part with Sophia and everybody. Oz is sitting in a chair, strapped up, and Francis is seated on the other side. And Sophia tries to tell a story about a baby bird that killed its bigger brother bird and all this stuff. Really, it was a sappy kind of connection, kind of a thing. Which, to be fair, they do acknowledge that as well.
He's like, "What are you tell me some shit about some birds?
So,
What are you talking about?"
yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's a stupid story, but I'm sure you have a better one. And Sophia wants Oz to confess, basically, like that he killed brothers, and he keeps denying it. Keeps denying that, no matter what. And then it gets to a point where I think you just need some extra motivation. So Francis is put in basically. Which finger did you cut off? It was the right finger. So they put like that ring cutter thing on her pinky, and Francis is like freaking out, like, just tell him, I already know. And Oz, he's obviously scared for his mother's life mostly. But even when she says that I already know what you did to your brothers, he still uses that. You're sick. It's your
disease talking.
It's your disease talking.
Because in his mindset, you just get the feeling that he actually did not believe he his brother. He just got mad that he just got mad and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's fascinating because you can tell that he's not even lying at this point. It's like you can tell he actually genuinely believes that.
Yeah, but it's also the fact that and there's been this whole conversation about the spineless prick thing. It's like, yeah, he is spineless in that point of view.
In this sense,
he can't even admit to for the mother to. And at this point, Sophia doesn't go through with it. She tells him to stop cutting the finger. And it's like, you were really going to let them cut the finger off? Even though you did it, you were really going to do it? You're really that sick of a person that you can't even admit the monster that you are, even to your own mother, kind of a thing. God, it's honestly, I feel like with Penguin, it's very refreshing that he's a villain through and through, and it doesn't really waver, or they don't do the Sony thing at all.
No, fuck that. They do the Marvel thing. Fucking they made Loki into a fucking hero in the first episode of his own show. I was like, not just Sony. Fuck that shit. Marvel's doing now is just doing the same thing Sony did, a billion times worse.
Yeah. Honestly, what I like about Penguin too is that I feel like he's what people think about Superman. Obviously the opposite. People do kind of talk about Superman. Oh, he's pure good, and there's nothing you can do with that. But there is things you could do with that. I feel like Oz is pure evil. That doesn't really waver regardless. And there's a lot more things in this episode to talk about that kind of enhances that as well. But even in the face of his mother getting her pinky chopped off, he still doesn't want to take accountability for what he did. And at this point, Francis stands up. Sophia just lets it happen. Francis just uses this time to say I disowned you. I hated you all this time, and all the suffering that you have caused me, and all this stuff, and I'd never be proud of you or anything like that. But at this point, she takes a bottle and breaks it, and then stabs it into. Oh, and I guess another important piece of detail to keep in mind is that the location that they were at was an old theater that they used to be at when they were younger. So basically, where that dance scene happened is the exact same place where they're having this confrontation. Where Sophie even says, what was it like? You guys were dancing over there. You guys were having fun. And you were thinking about killing your own son, right? Rex, was it? Rex was supposed to kill you. And you just decided not to do that.
Yeah.
So, so something that Oz learns too about his own mother, that she has thought about killing her own son and stuff like that. It's a lot of tough things going on for the Cobb family. And at this point, when she's stabbing Oz with the bottle, her dementia kicks in, and she sees the two boys soaked in the rain and like wet, and she's trying to go out to them. Oz is trying to. It does like cut to like Oz getting stabbed, and like it's young Oz being stabbed. So yeah, the dementia's kicking in to the point where she tries to go out and she's hallucinating, and God, then she has like a massive stroke. And at this point, Oz is like so worried about his mother that he just uses this time to like fall over the chair, and then he gets like so then
Doesn't
one of
break out. Kill
then he
the-
breaks out. He pretty much kills one of the guys that was trying to get over him, and he takes his gun and just starts shooting. Kills some of her men, and they're taking cover. Oz has been in this situation a lot, so he knows what to do. And he uses this time to like pretty much take the take his mother out, and then outside you see the detective that got him there is taking a piss, and then he just gets shot in the back of the head.
Shot that, yeah.
That was pretty satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, he kills the detective, and then he basically drives away with Frances.
Drives away.
Goes to the hospital so that she can be checked out. Meanwhile, so other things that were happening in the episode too, Vic was heading back with the gang to Crown Point, but then they see that there's all this there's all the rubble and the explosion going on, and the gang is like, yeah, we're done with Oz and all that stuff. And it's like he's trying to give a motivational speech, but then Zhao's underling is like punches him in the gut, saying like, dude, you can't do that, otherwise like that kind of stuff will get you killed. So they clearly don't respect the Penguin's underling, essentially. That'll be important for later.
And then Sophia just tell everyone, it's like, this is my father's home. I know it's high. By the way, but I remember that she killed Johnny Feedy, who can tell everyone to just do his shit. So she just like, oh, here's my business, not all is yours. I'm gonna make this very simple. You can control Gotham if you get Oz here. You can kidnap Oz.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, after they left Vic, they just go to, and then she's offering Gotham. You can take all of Gotham. So, and then Zhao's underling again is like, why should we believe that? Like, why would you want to leave? There's nothing for me here, and all that stuff. But like, you guys have an opportunity to take what is yours until something happens. But like, it's all yours until that happens, whatever that is. Maybe Batman gets in the way. So yeah. Yeah, and then it cuts to Vic. Vic is like looking all over for Penguin, can't find him, but he does get a call from Penguin saying to come to the hospital. He goes to the hospital, and he's trying to stitch himself up because of the bleeding coming out of his gut. Vic comes in, he helps him out, and he's kind of at a low point, especially at. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, remember there's a lot of scenes because we're really jumping across so much scenes. I was like, wait, what the fuck is happening? It's like because like you just jump back to the scene that's like far into the first scene, the first episode, with that guy not believing Vic and stuff. So what's happened here is like, so beforehand, so the scene that Penguin just tell him to call the hospital is like after he got into hospital, he just call Victor. It's like, hey, I need you to come here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Victor's like just yells at us. It's like, we will need you, bro. get your shit together. Well, great development for Fake. I love that.
Yeah,
And afterwards, he
it's
got
just
so
like you're basically a hero to Crown Point. You got the power back on. Not one person was able to do that, but you did. You're able to. You can be able to, find a way to get out of this, or like find a way to get yourself back on top. Just do what you gotta do. Get your shit together, and it's a good speech, kid.
yeah, just
You practiced that, didn't you? Shut the fuck up.
And
Yeah.
and then that after that meeting scene, that meeting, I summarize it basically. It's like, oh, if you capture Oz, I'm gonna leave Gotham. If you capture Oz, I'm gonna give you Gotham. And then one of the henchmen that punches Fig was like, wait, why the fuck would you leave if you have Gotham already?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. But like, yeah, she's just saying like, I just have nothing here. Like, there's no purpose for me to be here. So, one of you guys can take it. Whoever takes Oz, like, then have him captured and all that stuff. And then you guys, that person will be in charge of Gotham, essentially. So yeah, so now the bounty's on Oz. Oz goes to City Hall. And I thought this was a very cool detail. Like, you can actually see on City Hall, you can see the flood line of like where the flood used to be, and like how that has like a marking or on like halfway up the building. I thought that was really cool. Touch the detail.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah. He enters inside. He sees he's in the courtroom, and like he's really liking what he's seeing. It's like, looks nice, nice and pretty. He goes up to the judge's table, touches the gavel, and the councilman that he got for Crown's Point power, he's in. It works, and they have a conversation about like how. So essentially, Oz is talking to the councilman about how you have an opportunity here, like all the shit that happened was like, it was all from Sophia. You can tell because like there's her car had like this bomb in Crown Point. The Maronis were there, and you can find Maroney's corpse in there as well. So like she was responsible for all that crime going on in Crown Point, and like all the people that were suffering there, and all that explosion debris and chaos that's going on. Just all that is Sophia's fault. Then honestly, like I think, and then he's just trying to say like that's like, so where does the truth start and where does the lie end, kind of a thing. It's like, what, you I feel like you could be like a hero for Crown Point, and being a hero for Crown Point can get you the people's side. People would like you, and then you might even go higher in the position of ranks because like you got the power back on, something that nobody has ever been able to do, but you did that. And then okay, yeah, it sounds very nice to the councilman. And he's saying, but like, then what do you want in return? It's like, just an opportunity to be around. Maybe fuck the mayor. So,
and then the lawyer was like, yeah, by the way, the new mayor was like, it's not gonna let you do that. Lol.
Yeah, you just got to be on good behavior, essentially. Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah.
You gotta be clean. It's a fucking whistle.
Clean. Was a fucking whistle. Yeah. And then, but yeah, the councilman is like kind of liking what he's hearing. Like, the opportunity to do well here. Just got to be clean, like a fucking whistle. So yeah, he heads out, and then you actually do get to see Riel in a cameo as well. She's now the new mayor, of course, and like we don't get to hear too much because like it's not really the point. I didn't really catch her dialogue, but I don't think there's anything that really sets up the Batman Part 2 is what I'm saying.
No, it's just a lot of like politics.
Like politics talks, yeah.
I just don't care about that much. It's like stuff. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, and Penguin just watches her for some reason, and that's it.
He just said he wanted to fuck her, and you know what? I get it. But yeah,
supposed to be like in that
So if
circle.
yeah.
yeah. So at so
No, it's, I
around
think this scene is just that's it.
so he goes out. He goes outside and he tries to go to his car, but Vic is not there. And there's a bunch of Zhao's men around. So Vic actually has this conversation with Ling, I think his name is, and the underling for Link, the underling for Zhao, and he's saying like, you were right. Everybody just went to Falcone. I don't know, to Gigante or something. I don't know what we could do. And this is kind of like where there's a bit of a power dynamic change. So Link does take Penny. He's just come with us, and
Yeah, and
in a car. And means in the meantime, Sophia is in the house, and she's just pretty much lighting the whole thing on fire.
yeah,
So she's burning down the Falcone estate. She goes out
yeah, starting a new life.
to start a new
So-
life. She's told, "We have the penguin, ma'am." So she's going off to her airplane, her private jet, and Zhao brings the penguin to her, and like out there, it's like, all right, so what you gonna do? Are you gonna shoot him right here? Or do you want to put him in the plane and drop him, see if the penguin can fly, or have some fun with that? But penguin is not scared, not even here.
And then he immediately just shoot Zhao.
Yeah, and then basically what happened is Vic was also there. Vic, Link, and Penguin, and a few other people. They start killing all the men around, including Zhao himself. And Sophia has her gun, but like at this point, she's like outnumbered that she doesn't try to kill anybody. And that was something that they do. So then there's another parallel. Why don't we go for a drive? And the Penguin is driving Sophia Falcone.
Just like old times.
Just like old times.
times.
And this time she's asking, "How'd you do it? How could you have possibly done that?" It's like it's the little things that you don't notice. It's like sometimes like you see people who, even in our lower groups, you have people who feel like they're mistreated or they don't get to have any say or they don't get an opinion or anything like that. And then you see like a compilation of a bunch of underlings killing their superiors through backstabbing or through slitting throats or anything like that. Basically, whatever Vic has done has kind of empowered the underlings to take control over all of the criminal leaders, and so that they can take charge instead. So, and that's kind of like, this is kind of like going through while Penguin is giving his monologue about, this is you always overestimate the little guy or like something like that, and it's just something that you never were able to understand.
I gave him something you couldn't.
Hope. God, I'm so used to these lines. But like it's, and even after all that speech, and Sophia's still like, "You really think I didn't understand?" Because because ultimately she is right in the sense that like she's been overlooked her whole life as well. So even though she is rich, and they always classify her as, "Oh, you're rich, you don't understand anything." Yeah, but like I was also mistreated too. But like even if it's not like, even if it's not the gotcha, it's like she's still right at the end of the day.
Pretty much.
So yeah, it takes her outside.
Like she was like, "Yeah, man of the people, my ass."
Man of the people, my ass.
Yeah.
So they head over to Gotham River. Tells her to walk forward, And it's like, just going to hell. I'll save you a seat. And yeah, so she turns her around. I'm sure there's another piece of dialogue that was important.
Oh, she does say like how's your mom? Has she told you she loves you? She's proud of you.
Yeah.
Like something.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically just like,
Has to
yeah,
be talking.
just mocking him. Was like, yeah, fuck that.
Mhm.
It's like you destroy your own mom just to gain everything.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so save your seat in hell, all this stuff. She's looking out to the city lights, the bridge lights, and all that. She closes her eyes, ready to accept death, and all of a sudden, a light appears from the sky, but it's not the bat signal.
It's the sea train.
The sea train. That's a good one too.
That's the sea train.
Yeah, that's like the other thing. Like people gotta call him from is also the villain of that movie.
Yeah, he's bullseye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so the cops are there, and all that stuff. They take her back to Arkham.
And she
And,
goes, hands behind your head.
What's like, oh, what?
Brock is back, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Penguin goes back to the hospital. He's trying to celebrate with his mother. I did it, Ma. I finally did it. I somehow got the whole thing to pin it on Sophia, like as if it was her fault. And it's
They
like,
film all this bullshit. Look at him spinning out.
look at spinning them up, and then like you see like on the news, you see the GCPD talking about they captured Sophia, who did all the murders, the Falcones, and the. All right, because that's another piece of the thing. He says the councilman is one. Yeah, she killed all the Falcones too. She also did all this in Crown Point as well. She's been doing a lot of evil stuff lately. Yeah, so they're basically there's some half truths and half lies in there, but like it is what it is. But he's realizing that his mother is not able to speak like at all. So it turns out that she has entered in
Vegetable state.
vegetable state. And he's telling Vic, get a nurse, or it's like telling him that we were trying to contact you, we didn't know how to, but like she suffered a serious stroke. It's like, no, it's like she's looking at something. She's gotta be doing that. I don't need your fucking opinion. I need a fucking doctor. Get a doctor.
Doctor him. Look at doctor him.
I don't want a woman's opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he just said that. I was like, look
and
at me.
he-
Tell me,
Mhm.
yeah. Tell
He
me I'm
breaks-
proud of him. Like
Tell
you
me
said.
proud, tell me I did it. Yeah.
Tell me I
I'm
did
the
it.
fucking
I'm
king.
proud. Just one time he's breaking down.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
Vic puts a hand on.
Just tell me that you're proud of me. Oh thank
Mhm.
God.
Yeah.
Just
And
just know that this guy's like really twisted and shit.
yeah, but like even
Like-
though you feel bad for him, and like you can still feel bad for him even though he's did a lot of twisted, dark, evil shit.
Yeah.
That's how you tell a villain story. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this guy was like, oh my God. Yeah, he has some humanity, but even though most of the time he's still evil as shit.
Yeah. I mean, it all comes down to good acting too. And
Mhm.
I
No,
think like we've also spent a lot of time like caring about Francis.
yeah. When I saw this, I was like,
relationship Yeah.
They're awesome. When I saw
And
this,
Oz.
I was like, wait. When I saw the casting, I was like, okay, that I don't know how much screen time do we get for all of them, but sure. And I was like, holy shit, how the fuck did they make her so good?
Yeah, and we're gonna talk about the Sopranos comparison later, but like,
I thought The Sopranos is about like how to make gang
We'll
stuff
we'll
look
get to that.
not fancy or something. I've never seen
Yeah.
The Sopranos.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. So it cuts to later in the night. They're sitting on the park bench, and Vic and Oz are having a conversation. She's really gone. all that, and they do talk for a little bit. Vic is talking about like all the things that he's appreciated over the time, and
He-
Penguin is like, you did so great, man. Like you thought of something that I couldn't even think of, getting the underlings to overtake the underlings to take over the higher ups. It's like that was a genius idea. I couldn't even think of that myself. Like you're definitely
yeah.
destined to do something like this. A lot of, you're gonna do great things. Why don't we go out back?
And the Fig was like, yeah, you're like family to me. Oh, fuck.
Damn.
It says that.
Once he says that, family, huh? Family.
Yeah.
Dear watcher, I'm like, oh no, you don't want to be this guy's family.
Yes, and then but he puts a shoulder over, he puts a hand over Vic, and it's like, we've been through a lot, we've done a lot, we've seen a lot, we've been through a lot, and that's just what family is, right? And then he starts to squeeze.
Says, listen, kid, I can't bring you with me this time.
I just can't bring you with.
That's the thing about family.
It makes you weak.
You're just straight. Fuck if it'll make you weak too. I can't have that no more.
Yeah, like
choking them out.
remember Maroni also has like it's weak because he has a family, so sentimental value.
Mhm.
And yeah.
And yeah, it's like, I've also seen people, you don't give Vic the chance to ever betray him or ever do anything like that in his future. So it's like, just cut the tie now, and like, he doesn't have to worry about that weakness anymore.
Yeah.
That's tough, man. And that's how Vic goes out.
Remember, the Penguin only cares about himself more than anyone. He cares about other people, sure, but he will always put himself above other people first.
Yeah,
It's always his character.
It's telling Vic it wasn't for nothing. Like he dies for some great cause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, such an asshole.
This guy rather use his mom to just want his mom to get his skills for his own worth. He doesn't care. I mean, he cares about his mom, sure, but he cares about his mom just so she can say, "I'm proud of you."
Yeah. Like Sophia said, not enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so he takes out the driver's license and like drops it in the river.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of like that symbolicness of Victor was talking about wanting a name for himself, and it's gonna be down in the river, forgotten.
Yeah.
And honestly, he goes back, and then it kind of cuts a little bit to a later point in time where Oz is all dressed up kind of like what the Penguin would typically dress up as.
He's got his top hat and cane.
He's had to earn the top hat and cane.
Yeah, he just turned.
yeah.
He turned into like the guy from Putting on the Reds.
Yeah.
High hats and narrow collars.
That's how it is.
You get so we see that. So we also see Sophia's back in Arkham. Rush is back in Arkham too. So yeah, that's gonna be great.
By the way, we got Sophia. I was like, is that Sophia? Yeah, Sophia scene is like, oh, Julian is working in Arkham again. Remember, he quit.
Yes.
Yeah.
He did that to take care of Sophia.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like, you got mail from some chick named Selena Kyle.
Oh, does that mean that Selena's does that mean Selena's gonna be in the Batman? Does that mean she's gonna be in the Batman? The Batman Part 2?
Yeah, I can see that for Selena in particular, but like Sophia was like kind of an interesting one because I'm gonna save my Sophia take towards the end. But yeah, and then you also have the music for Catwoman's theme too in the background. I thought that was nice as well. We don't know what the letter says, but Sophia seems to be happy about what she's reading, so it's curious.
It's
and
curious.
yeah, huh?
And then afterwards, you see the Penguin, tuxedos,
Yeah,
high hats, narrow collars.
Penguin. He goes to a high penthouse up in the sky, and in one room there's Francis in a vegetative state.
Rem- okay, she's remember the Penguins like he did promise her that I'm gonna give you like skyscrapers and shit, but at the same time she always promised that he will kill her if she's in a vegetable state. So basically, he only did that for his own self worth. He doesn't really. I mean, he cares. It's like it's always his self interest first before she cares about other people. He does that just to prove that he can do it. And her mom is really sad that this is her fate, spending the rest of her life with a monster, and she can't even do anything now.
Yeah, just sheds a chair as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and ultimately, I understand it for both perspectives. Like, I do understand, like, as a son, like being told to kill your mother is a hard thing to do. But then it also works on the Penguin's personality in general. Like, he is going to keep that word strong, even if she's not able to appreciate what she has. She still has the highest view of Gotham, and that's really what matters.
I
And
remember if this guy really cares about her mom, she was like, dude, put her in the fucking hospital with like nurses and with like nurse and other workers instead of at top of a building that no one is helping her.
he could hire like a nurse. He's got the money now. We just don't
Yeah.
see that right now. But yeah, I and then this is where the Oedipal kind of thing comes in. He walks downstairs, and then there is Eve, and she
Dressing
is
up
dressed up
dressing up
as
her mom.
the mom. Yeah,
Literally. Not that's not even a joke. That's literally her mom. Dressed up as her mom.
yeah.
And
And
she's so desperate for her approval that she literally have her mistress dressed
can
up as
you
her mom just
tell me
to
that you're proud of me? I'm proud of you. Tell me that I did
yeah.
it. You did it, kind of thing. Damn right I did. So yeah, he's yeah. So I guess like there's a piece of conversation to talk about. Like, oh, Eve did rat him out earlier. Does that make sense, or that she's here or not? I don't really see why not, because like it is like she is safe now, because like Sophia's out, and Sophia was not going to kill her anyway. He still has the money, and he did fulfill his promise eventually. So even if she did send Sophia out there to like get him and the Maroni to get him, I don't know if it's like enough to say that. Like, I don't see like why he would not like detach himself from Eve or something like that. It also kind of goes
And that
back to huh.
and yeah, I think that's the last scene. Yeah.
Oh, but
Yeah.
while the music plays out, it's going outside the window, and all you see before the cuts to black, the bat signal turns on,
Yep.
shines in the sky,
Yeah.
and
It's
that's
poetic because she's like, nothing can stand in your way now. But then
the bat signal.
that's
And honestly, I thought it was interesting because like they didn't put the bat theme music or anything like that, like da 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 da. They didn't do that. Like it's just the same like music track of the old song, and then the light shines. Like if you were like looking at your phone for a second or something, you might have missed that. So
Yeah, and then just bad signal. Yay.
leads into part two. So that was the Penguin. We all love the show.
yeah.
Yeah, I was like, what the? Well, I was like, I was not even like interested in the show. I was like, yeah, I guess I don't see the appeal, and that was like, yeah, it has to be like extremely good. And then Watcher was like, oh my god, what the fuck is that? How did this happen? How do you make a show like this? This is so good.
Yeah, I mean, I've always had faith in Matt Reeves. In that sense, like
Matt
I
Reeves
just
is
feel like
not the writer,
I
so
know,
that's
but
the
like he's
benefit.
still in charge of the like he has like the concepts or anything like that, like getting the team. I mean, Lauren LaFranc also talks about she reads a lot of Batman comics too. I mean, she was talking about like Price and Prejudice as like one of her inspirations for Oz. So like she definitely has like a good knowledge of the character as well. But yeah, I will say though, like just going between from the Batman Riddler year one, the Penguin, like I just feel like I feel like the universe just has like a cohesion to it. It just feels like a bunch of Batman fans are working on a Batman project. And like taking advantage of his mythos and his characters and all that stuff. And I feel like everything has just kind of been clicking on cylinders so far. You look like you want to say something else, Unity. Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm waiting for you to summarize your thoughts first.
I was gonna go more character on character, so you can say something else.
No, I think this show is great. It just I mean they canceled 2 shows for it. It was like, and after I saw the show, because they say the reason they canceled, they didn't specify the reason, but they say the elements of the both shows are put in this show, and I can tell. The Gotham Police Department, the Arkham City Department was like, yeah, I can tell. Corruptions, like what happened in Arkham. Also, I think it's used in greater effects. I have no idea what happened behind the scenes. Something with it, maybe it's a rights issue, or Matt Reeves just suddenly just like, yeah, I don't think it's gonna work out, or just we didn't hire a good enough showrunner for it.
So they had Terrence Winter, the Sopranos writer, for the GCPD show, but that eventually fell through. I think it just came down to like timing and.
Yeah, I have no idea, because here's the thing: you have to remember that not just because someone made something great doesn't mean that they were consistent. Because
we could say that about everything. Then I don't know. I don't like thinking that way.
No, because have you seen like the many Saints of Network, like the Sopranos prequel?
But that's not Terrence Winter.
Yeah, it's like the same showrunner of like the Sopranos, and even he was like, yeah, that movie was like filler. It's a lot of cases. Of course, I have no idea. I just said I have no idea what happened behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't really have an issue with dropping out a show if you just don't think it's like necessary right now. It happens. A lot of projects get canceled for some reason. I don't think that's a signal of anything bad.
Or like financial reasons. That's also the other thing.
Yeah.
But and it's like honestly, I'm studying like the business side when it comes to entertainment. It's like it's so complicated. I don't even understand how people how can people understand it. Because you have to factor in like what the cinema expenses and like who do you hire and why is this risk necessary? We have to pitch it to a bunch of executives. Yourself as a writer.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, like what I liked about the show overall, it really does feel like a continuation of the show and keeping it in line with the Penguin. And I like the inclusion of like how they dealt with the classism with like the rich and the poor and how do they react in this criminal world. You kind of see how does Gotham react post the Riddler flood and all that stuff, and like how that kind of like changes like some of the dynamics. So especially like for the criminals, like the elite criminals, it's like now that he's done that to Gotham, now that we have to repivot, like some of our options are gone. We have to do something else because like we don't have like these resources that we used to have before. And you kind of see how do they pivot out of that, and how do they have to adapt and like change and all that stuff. And then obviously the Penguin is using his own ability of adaptation to, get his way up higher and higher. Something that he's always wanted to be that at the top. And now you see every step of the way. You see how like he uses like everything that he knows. He's been lying his whole life essentially. He's been weaseling his way out into places that he shouldn't be in. He knows how to get himself out of situations. He knows who to blame. He knows who to give credit to. He knows how to essentially do whatever he can to get what he wants. And then it just feels like it's just crazy because like we see a lot of villain related stuff now. It's like you see the villain actually be the villain. And even then, like you see a lot of the times where he knows how to put empathy, he knows how to say what people want to hear so that they can be on his side. But at the end of the day, it's all for him. And that's all that really matters. As we were saying before, it is like I think it was very intentional that Victor's story is like, what if Jason Todd went to Penguin instead of Batman? Like flat out, like where he steals his rims, tries to steal his car rims. That's pretty much Jason Todd's backstory. But like I think like what's impressive about, like, you see how a lot of people reacted with Victor's death, that like, I can't wait for Batman to beat his ass. So it's like I think that's kind of amazing to think about. It's like getting excited to see like a superhero to beat somebody up after the show, which is kind of like a weird thing now.
Yay.
We've talked a lot about Sophia Falcone as well. One thing that I've been saying in particular is like, I don't know what her fate would be, because in the comics she does also die as well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and but like maybe they're just going to continue on with her, or they're waiting for Two-Face. Depends.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea, because there's a lot of villains they gotta use next time.
Yeah.
So
It's like, it's just, I can't say anything, because like the versions are like a bit different, actually a lot different. And it's like, and it's like connection of like Catwoman and Sophia are like sisters. I was like, is that even a thing in the comics?
They're half sisters, yes.
And it's like, yeah,
it's like not confirmed but implied.
It's pretty much accepted in every other canon.
it's just a lot. Like,
to be fair, because they keep adapting Long Halloween so many times in so many Batman projects, that like, yeah, they're practically half sisters. It is what it is. But yeah. So yeah, it's like kind of like Talia rapes Batman. Like, that's kind of accepted, even though that's not canon.
No, that's not what happened.
But because the movie double downs on it, then like pretty much everybody says that.
What movie is that?
Batman and Son, the new 52 movies.
The DCAMU.
Wait, when did I thought New 52 was like bad or something?
Yeah, it is. You are
Fucking hell.
correct. Yeah.
Like, what movie franchise starts out with like, here's Flashpoint? I was like, yeah, sure. Let's start with like the hardest thing to do. And what's the next movie? Darkseid.
Darkseid, yeah.
I was like, what the fuck?
To be fair, that is the start of New 52 as well, right? I think.
Yeah, the first start of the Justice League in New 52.
In comics, the first villain is Starro, if I'm not mistaken.
They should just do that.
But yeah, that's again, and as we talked about, there's so much enjoyment, not just like the main character, but like also the side characters, like Victor. We talked about Victor. We talked about Francis as well. My whole thing about like IGN gave it a 5. Don't understand. Doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know, because like I need to look at the IGN reviews first.
So they were like, it tries to find its footing, but like it's no Walter White, it's no, things like that.
No, that's why it's no Tony Soprano, basically.
Yeah, it's like I really don't know where this comparison of Tony Soprano is coming from. Tony Soprano is somebody who's at the top of his power. Penguin had to earn his way up to the power, so it's already different in that sense. Oh, they both have to take care of a mother. So what? And they both have two different things to do. It's such a weird.
They are both fat guys. that's also a connection.
Yeah.
They're both Italian.
They're both ugly. Like,
Rest
no
in
offense.
peace, Gandolfini.
Yeah, recipes.
Uh,
Yeah, I thought the concept of Sopranos is like what? It's like instead of like how they portray movies and shows, it's like more mundane and stuff.
yeah, because like the thing is, because like Tony is like at the top of his game already. Like he is the kingpin at that point. So he's just kind of like going through his life and the way he does things, but like he's still like the criminal leader, the gangster essentially. So it's already different in that sense compared to other gangster movies. But like with Oz, like the thing is like he's not at the top. He had to work his way up. So that's already different. And Walter White, I just don't understand at all. Like he's
no,
not
This
Walter
is
is a
completely
fucking
different.
good
not even
guy.
that kind of gangster, really.
No, he's.
So,
I mean, if you want to compare, Walter White should be compared to Joker from like the Joaquin Phoenix one. That I can believe. If you want to compare to someone in Batman.
it's weird.
And yeah, he just like our cook math. Let's be real. I don't think they were gonna introduce like magic in the second movie, or supernatural technology.
So,
If it comes back with the last respect.
Yeah.
He's Mr. Freeze. Don't worry, guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's Victor Fondue. I'm sorry.
Resist.
Victor Von. But
No,
yeah,
he's Victor Manta.
oh, from I know that reference.
He's Victor Stone.
Nice. He's Victor's ass. Oh man. So yeah, again shout out to Lauren LaFranc. So like this is her first time like not like writing a show, like she's done show writing before, but like this is like her first time leading a show kind of a thing. It's a lot to give credit for. I think you know, they've done like a really good job incorporating elements of like this franchise and like helping it thrive and go forward. I feel like now like there's a lot of hype for a lot of people for the next thing. I mean, 2026 is a long time from now.
Yeah, I mean that's how you make good things. That's why you make good things. Not trash like Marvel.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't even know who talked about Agatha.
I think 2025 I feel like they might drop another comic in between. That way there's something in the gap year. I'm not sure. Do you know when Operation? Do you know when what year did the Riddler comic come out?
2023?
2023?
I thought the Riddler thing is a novel and not a comic.
It's a six comic thing, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are canon. Paul Dano and Matt Reeves wrote them together.
Oh, all right. I'm not gonna read it. So.
No, it was the first one was October 2022, and then it went into early 2023.
Yeah, I feel like they might do a comic again in 2025. I'm just curious, like what they would do. But yeah, I mean, I know the team has talked about doing more spin-off ideas too, and stuff like that. So they've had discussions.
I mean, it's just a lot of ideas. It's just how you execute them. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, Batman's mythos has plenty of characters to work with. Plenty materials to go for.
Do you know what my idea would be? I want to see this like random person and on the street in Gotham just explore his daily life.
You mean the Gotham City Police Department show that they had?
No, not the police. Like just a random citizen. He works for like like it's like a mechanic or just a driver.
How about a Victor show?
Yeah, like a Victor. I want to see like a guy just explore daily life of Gotham. Just like how people just changes him and stuff. That would be interesting.
Oh, I know, Mattress Malone.
What?
Operation knows the joke.
Yeah. Mattress Malone is Batman's like
like criminal identity.
He's like a disguise used to get like undercover or like gangs.
Yeah, that was a joke. No, I mean I get that.
Yeah. It's like that would be like an anthology series if we follow this old lady just exploring Gotham, or just new tourists who just come to Gotham for a job transfer. That would be an interesting idea for a show.
But I just feel like what is the reverse has to do with that? Or like what would you put like that like incorporates that for?
It's
like
more
the way
like
they react to the flood.
the reaction to the flood, the reaction to like Batman, the reaction to like Gotham as a whole, like the corruption. Like, what if this tourist just come here has actually got assaulted, mugged, and he goes to the police station and they just like tell him to fuck off? Like, there's a lot of things.
There are like a lot of like citizens of Gotham kind of comic storylines as well. I know you don't have to follow a comic storyline, but I know like I'm just saying that for the sake of like there are like examples of establishing like using landmarks or using characters inside Gotham that are not Batman or the GCPD, that it is possible to have like, you know, if anybody's like wondering like is that like a good idea or not, I feel like you can do something like that as well.
It's like Marvel using the snap. I was like, yeah, I want to see a random guy just put in a snap situation without like superheroes and shit.
Yeah, that's always been one of my downside. Like I feel like with Marvel in particular, I want to kind of end this because it's like soon because it's already 11 o'clock here. I'm sure it's late over there as well. That you know they used to have like the one shots where they kind of used to have like some kind of like what is like either a regular person's reaction or like what if Coulson or something, or like how do they react in this situation, or how do they react when this bad thing happened, where you don't really see that perspective. That was something that I enjoyed from seeing Victor's perspective in the flood. You can see that person's reaction to the flood happening in the real time. We don't really get to see that really often. So I always think like one shots are a cool thing to do in universe.
Yeah, that's basically it. To be honest, I think Superman and Lois ended already.
It ended?
No,
Not
it's
yet.
got a few episodes left.
Jesus, it's like season 4 is only 10 episodes, so that's why.
It's less episodes than prior seasons.
Mm-hmm.
God, I'm not seeing any advertising at all.
People talk about episode 7. Oh shit! There's how many episodes left?
So like 3.
Two more. Sorry.
2 more.
This is gonna be 9 episodes. I thought it was 10.
10. I mean, the last episode 8 released yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
November 18th.
Yeah, tonight it released. Yeah.
Yeah. It's an hour time.
For me, it's
you're in the future.
I mean, it's 11 o'clock yesterday for you guys, so I was like, yeah, sure. And yeah, so I hope Superman and Lois is good. I don't really have time to watch that as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's also tough too. I mean, it had to come up against with like the Penguin as well. I feel like some of these shows just kind of like get put side by side just to we just want it out, done. People watch it, fine, it's ending, kind of a thing. I don't know. It would have been nice if it had like a separation, so that it didn't have to clash with something like that. I mean, then again, you could also argue Superman and Lois or Penguin. Which show would you want to watch? So yeah, there's always that as well.
It just depends. But I mean, in terms of like problems, the Penguin has a lot less. Because like, I only list out like 2 problems out of the entire show.
Yeah. I think for me, like the main thing was just Maroni, like, or at least how they went about with Maroni.
The only other problem is like the phone call happens It's like the other problem is just the phone call happens right when like Sophia's in the door.
I still don't understand that one.
Like, it's just the
Yeah, it's
timing.
fine.
Well, yeah.
And that's like the fucking person that escaped was like, all you need to do, you don't even need him to escape, just have him just get shanked. Sophia just went to prison and is like, hey, I'm gonna let you out, I have money. That's all you need to do.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's still like kind of like a thing because Maroni still has men because like we do see the men in later episodes as well, and like yeah, we see them like all the time as well. So it is. I guess it just depends on like how he contacts his men, how they help him get out, or anything like that. But yeah, I mean that my biggest thing about it is like there was so less time in like the when things are happening because like essentially the the mom and son are killed and then like it's like morning basically like 6 a.m on, so it's kind of pretty much the escape pretty much happens within this time or something like that.
I mean, to be honest,
But that's yeah,
I will pay to watch this old guy doing parkour across the police station just to sneak away out of police while having a bleeding stomach. I was like, yeah, I'll pay to watch that. That would be funny.
you know, he's been in the Navy, he's done a lot of
No, and he's probably like a few inches tall because he can just turn into a crab and just sell them. Just like,
Yeah,
hey, I'm
he's,
gonna sell you Krabby Patties. Lol.
well, these claws ain't
that's why the stab couldn't get him. He was armor abs crabs.
armor abs crabs.
Yeah.
So that was our big discussion on the Penguin.
Yeah, so go watch the Penguin. If not, what the
Yes.
fuck are you doing?
Why are you listening to this
I
pod
mean,
the whole time?
yeah,
All the spoilers. So, yeah.
no spoilers.
And
We'll watch it anyway.
again, thanks for
Yeah.
celebrating the 50th anniversary
Woohoo.
episode, kind of a thing.
Yay.
And we hope for more content coming soon. And Operation, once again, happy birthday, man.
Thank
And,
you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
we appreciate having you here as well.
I appreciate being here.
Yeah. Unity, how's it going?
Life happens. I got like several things to do with this week.
Yeah, this is a very this week in particular has been kicking me in the ass. But at least before Thanksgiving is happening next week, so that's why a lot of things are happening now.
Oh yeah, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving, by the way, so it is what it is.
I don't. You
Yeah.
guys don't do anything like Boxing Day, right?
Boxing
Boxing Day is Canada. Boxing Day is Canada.
I mean, during Christmas, that's
Yeah,
a
I know.
Boxing Day, yeah, like 26th of December.
Okay. Yeah.
We don't have Thanksgiving, so I don't know.
Yeah. So Operation and I are gonna do a video on the SpongeBob movie. Speaking of all these SpongeBob references, for its 20th anniversary. So be on the lookout for that.
Mhm.
And we will talk about Cobra Kai next. So
Yay! I can't wait to talk about that. Jeez, I don't even know what to say about that season.
yeah, so we'll see you next time. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
So long.
See ya.